around the world conveys the truest and warmest expression of love and hospitality. We say Akwaba. And because I'm your son, you say Ya Oba. Akwaba. We meet here today on this great day in history for a symposium on the 150th anniversary of the Sagrenti War and the launch of the book, History of the Ashanti, by Otumfuo Sir Garnet Wolseley, II, as the first in the series of many events marking the silver jubilee of Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, the 16th Asante Hene and the current occupant of the Golden Stool. Today, we take pride in welcoming sons and daughters who have come from far and near to add their weight to this glorious celebration. Allow me the privilege of acknowledging, especially amongst us, our guest of honor, a son of Asanteman, MP for Busumche, and the Honorable Minister for Education, the Honorable Dr. Yao Osei Educhum. Asanteman is pleased to welcome her own MP for Menchia South and Minister for Energy, the Honorable Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. We receive with great delight the MP for Tano North, the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, the Honorable Frida Prempeh. The Regional Minister joins us in solidarity, the Honorable Simon Osei Mensah. With great joy, we receive the immediate past Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, His Lordship Justice Kwesi Enin Yeboah. It is with profound joy that we welcome our keynote speaker, now a son of Asanteman, the Professor Tom McCaskey. He joins us with his lovely wife, Mrs. Lynn Bryden McCaskey. Thank you very much. It will be lost on me not to acknowledge Excellencies, members of the diplomatic community, our MPs, MCs, and DCs, Nananum, and esteemed chiefs and queens from Asanteman and beyond, our religious leaders, the moderators and panelists for this morning's symposium, the Vice Chancellor of the KNUST, Professor Mrs. Rita Akosia Dixon, the Pro-Vice Chancellor, distinguished faculty and staff of the KNUST, and other distinguished members of academia who have come from far and near, captains of industry, heads, teachers, students, and pupils of selected schools, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. We say receive the warm and generous hospitality of Asanteman. This historic program is live around the world on Radio Opimsuo Radio, the official mouthpiece of Asanteman, and on Asase Radio 99.7, on TV, Europa TV, and numerous other affiliate platforms, both online and on traditional media. In welcoming us officially to this august event, it's my pleasure to invite the Chairman of the Council of State and the Chair of the Silver Jubilee Planning Committee, Nana Otro Sribo Chwabinghene.
Otumfuo Osei-Tutu Asante Hene, Honorable Ministers of State, Honorable Immediate Past Chief Justice, Regional Minister, Nananum, Vice Chancellor, of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, my alma mater, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my duty is to welcome you, and since in our traditional setting, saying welcome means Akwaba, I thought that my duty would be done if I just uttered the word Akwaba, and I would then resume my seat. But when Otumfuo is around, you cannot be very brief. You have to go to town and say a few more things. So I'll say a few more things, and if there are a few, just pardon me that there are a few. I speak on behalf of the Otumfuo Osei the Second Jubilee Planning Committee. This committee has been put together to celebrate the 20 meritorious, momentous years of Otumfuo's accession to the Golden Stool. By a very happy coincidence, this year, the Silver Jubilee year, also coincides with two seminal events in the annals of Asante history. These are the 150 years of the Sir Garnet Wolseley War, the Sagranti War, as we call it in P, a corruption of the word Sir Garnet Wolseley, and also the 100 years of the repatriation of King Nana Prempeh I from Seychelles after 28 years of exile. Now, this function is the first of a series of activities to mark the celebrations, to commemorate the activities as I have enumerated. Taking them in chronological order, the 6th of February was exactly 150 years ago when British forces under Sir Garnet Wolseley invaded Kumasi, looted the palace of precious regalia, and completely burnt Kumasi down, and left the town smoldering after their invasion. This morning, we have assembled an array of eminent people who are knowledgeable in the Asante history and customs to regale us with the causes of the war, the cause of the war, and Asante after the war. It is instructive to add that since Otumfuo's installment some 25 years ago, the issue of the return of the regalia that was looted by the British has engaged his highest attention, and he has never relented in pursuing this mission and has been knocking the doors of the British establishment with a view to getting them to return their regalia. By a happy coincidence, the British finally have answered our prayers, albeit in some veiled way. But half a loaf, they say, is better than none. However, some of the regalia which were taken to the US are here and going to be here until time and circumstances shall be no more. So, as I said, the jewel in the crown of the celebration will be, first and foremost, the return of the regalia from the US or from America, which will be handed over to Otumfuo the day after tomorrow on Thursday at the Kuntunkudin Deba. And then the return of the regalia at the British Museum and at the British Victoria and Albert Museum on the Akweside Deba, which is slated for the 12th of May. We hope that even if it's a loan, it to be a permanent loan to us. As I said earlier, we have two functions this morning. One is a symposium, and the other is the launching of the book on the history of Asante. As you all know, before the written word was introduced into our educational system or into our culture, the mode of transmitting our history, our values, our culture, and our morals and other things was through the spoken word. In the evening, the old men will assemble the young ones and then tell them about the wars of old, our customs, our traditions, their games, and other things. So it was compulsory for children to attend to these calls. Hence, we coin the word tete ka asum. It has been corrupted to tete ka aso, but it means tete ka asum. That is, the past resides in the years. However, with the introduction of the written word and calligraphy, the year became less receptive to tete, and therefore new modes had to be introduced to maintain and retain our history and to transmit it from one generation to the other. We were fortunate to have Otumfo Sir Adma Prempe, the second Asante Hene, the first formally educated Asante Hene to ascend the stool in 1931, and through the dint of his hard work, was able to restore the Confederacy, which had been disbanded in 1896, in 1935. Immediately upon ascending the stool, he felt that our modes needed to change. So, whereas our children were going to school, and for that matter, they were not getting the tuition that they deserved and they had to have, he assembled other eminent people, the Safajays, the E.K. C. Yourselves, the I.K. Ajimans, and others, to give our history the benefits of being put down in writing, so as to remove the inconsistencies and the contradictions that attend to transmitting history orally. This was indeed a formidable task which lasted several years. And it is a happy coincidence that he had Professor Tom Maskaski, an eminent son of Asante, who though has he's been with Ashanti for over 50 years, since he came to Ashanti in 1968. Virtually a year passes without his coming down to us and writing about Asante and all our histories and everything. And Professor McCaskey has accepted to edit this book. And this is a veritable history of Asante from our own perspectives, without any biases, without any contradictions, and without any enlargements or any diminutions. And the second aspect of the program would be to auction the book. And I'm sure that you have come down with your deep pockets and with your fact check books so as to give the auction the necessary support that it deserves. I'm sure that those of you who would buy at the highest price will have autographed copies by Otumfo himself. So, as I said earlier, I welcome you. I think I've said a few things, and if my few is not enough, I think I'll take leave and then give the floor to our eminent MC to continue the program. Thank you all very much for coming, and we hope you will enjoy the proceedings this morning. Thank you very much.
His wise and warm words of welcome have set the tone for a long day of reflections, learnings, and insights. Please help me appreciate once again the Drubbing Hene, the Chair of the Council of State and the Chair of the Silver Jubilee Planning Committee, Nana Otuo Srebo II. It has fallen to a very distinguished son of Asante Man, to chair this morning's auspicious event. To introduce him, make welcome the Kwemuhene Achamfo Asafo Boache Ajeman Bonsu.
Thank you very much, MC. Your Royal Majesty, Otumfuo Osei the Second, Asante Hene, Nana Otu Siriboa the Second, Gamimai Hene, and Chairman of the Otumfuo Silver Jubilee Committee, Honorable Minister for Education, Dr. Osei Yawaduchum, Honorable Minister for Energy, Matthew Opoku Prempe, Nananuma Mahine, Nananom, distinguished speakers, VC, the press, ladies and gentlemen, I will observe all protocol. It is normal for such an auspicious occasion to have someone who can ably steer the affairs for the day. It therefore gives me a great pleasure to introduce the chairman of the occasion. Our chairman for this august function is a native of Tuasi. He entered the University of Ghana in 1976 to read law and was called to the bar as a barrister in 1981. He worked at the Attorney General's office for his national service. He was a private legal practitioner and was the president of the Eastern Region Bar Association. He was appointed as a High Court judge in 2002, and because of his hard work, he was promoted to the Court of Appeal just a year after that. In 2008, he was appointed as a Supreme Court judge. He held several positions in the judicial service and other judicial bodies. He was the chairman of the Legal Aid Commission, the chairman of the Council for Law Reporting, the chairman of the Disciplinary Committee of the General Legal Council, and in 2002, he was appointed as the Chief Justice of Ghana. He retired in May 2023, after 21 years of distinguished career on the bench. Aside being an accomplished legal professional, our chairman is also a football enthusiast. No wonder he was elected as the chairman of the FIFA Disciplinary Committee and also became the first African to be elected to occupy one of the FIFA judicial bodies. He is married with 4 children. Please join me with a big applause to welcome our chairman for the occasion in the person of the former Chief Justice, Enim Yeboah. Ladies and gentlemen, your chairman, your audience. Thank you very much.
And now, my Lord Justice, the chair, your audience.
Your Royal Majesty, the Otumfuo Asante Hene, Honorable Regional Minister, the Honorable Members, Honorable Ministers of State, the Vice Chancellor, Nananom Amaihini Abrimpong, the linguist, the Vice Chancellor and the Pro-Vice Chancellor, the members of the academia, herein present, eminent members who are all here as university community. I am indeed honored to be the chairman of this all-important occasion. This is an occasion which marks the 150th anniversary of the Sagrenti War. Some of us just decided to learn history in passing. Unfortunately, we didn't know the inner details of the war, what caused it, and the cause of the war, and as the chairman of the occasion said, the end result for this, our great kingdom. Yes, we are here today to take stock of what happened about 150 years ago. If you look at the brochure, we have assembled eminent speakers who have amassed enough knowledge to share with us. History, they say, must be accurate, free from all distortions. It may be told that in narrating history, there are bitter ones which should not be ignored. There are sweeter ones which we should all swallow. At times we have to swallow a bitter pill just to cure ourselves. Yes. So my Lord, Nananom, distinguished elders of the Asante Mine, I am here to humbly accept the invitation to be the chairman of this great occasion, and I'm grateful to Otumfuo Asante and the chairman of the planning committee for giving me this honor at this great and memorable occasion. So I am here to serve you, and I think you all cooperate and have a fruitful discussion as the history starts to unfold for our consumption. I am grateful, and I take this opportunity to thank you once again. Thank you very much.
His Lordship Justice Kwesi Eninyeboa is our chairperson for this august occasion. Please, a round of applause. We thank you for accepting to chair, and we know that your great years of experience, your grace and aplomb will come to bear on today's experience. We now move to the symposium. To introduce our keynote speaker, it's my pleasure to invite Otumfuo's Hiahine, who is the chair of the Otumfuo Foundation. Make welcome Nana Professor Oheneba Boache Eje Wahine II.
Well, thank you very much, Jerry. Your Royal Majesty, Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, Asante Hene, Nana Otuo Srebo II, Chairman of the Jubilee Planning Committee, Mr. Chairman, Chief Justice Eninyeboa, Honorable Minister of Education, Ya Osei Educhum, Minister of Energy, Honorable Matthew Poku Prempe, Doctor, Regional Minister of Ashanti, Vice Chancellor, KNUST, Nananom, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me a few minutes to introduce our keynote speaker for this landmark symposium on the Sagrenti War. We have with us today no other person than the illustrious and prolific historian, Professor Thomas C. McCaskey, also known as Kwaku McCaskey. He was trying to get close to Kwakudia, Otumfuo Kwakudia. Well, Professor McCaskey is a professor of Asante History, Center of West African Studies, Birmingham University, United Kingdom, and Professor of History of Africa, School of Oriental and African Studies, London University. He retired 2011. He first worked in and on Asante in 1968 at a tender age of 22 and was the youngest faculty member in the history department of the University of Ghana. He spent the whole of his life working, researching, writing, and publishing on Asante. He has written 2 monographs on Asante, State and Society in Pre-Colonial Asante, and Asante Identities, History and Modernity in an African Village. He has also published over 80 papers on Asante, 50 of which have been republished in his Asante Kingdom of Gold, Essays in the History of African Culture. The history of Asante kings and the whole country itself. Knowing the importance of research done by the committee that was convened by Otumfuo Osei Agyeman Prempeh II, which started way back in 1939, he singularly edited the final volumes of the typescripts and manuscripts, which culminated in the final publication of this timeless piece we have with us today, History of Asante by Otumfuo Nana Osei Agyeman Prempeh II. His curriculum vitae is replete with anecdotes. And I had a few minutes with him. I asked him, what was your best moments in Kumasi? He said when he served as the royal golf caddy for Otumfuo Prempeh II. I believe that's where he got a lot of his notes too. Today, his keynote address is on the Sagrenti War and its aftermath and reflections. Please join me to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Kwaku Makarski.
Nana Otumfuo, Nana Num, distinguished guests, and the public, I am very honored indeed to make this short presentation about the Sagranti War. I want to start very quickly with a review of the reign of Kwekadu Agyeman, who died in 1867. The reason I'm doing this is simple. Kwekadu Agyeman was the most pernickety and stickler sort of man when it came to the law. He is known as Kwaku Anansi, Kwaku the Wise. He is known as Agyeman Bambuo. He was somebody who really enforced the laws of Asante. In the process, he gathered together a great deal of money in gold dust, principally, but also in specie and other things. And I say all this because I want to underline and emphasize something that I think has been overlooked. When Nana Kwekadu Agyeman died in 1867, he left behind a very great deal of money. And I will give you some idea of this. The money was stored in 3 places. It was stored in the Adakakase, the great chest of the treasury. It was stored in the Asante country palace at Abarasto, and it was stored elsewhere at Breman. The sums involved I've been able to calculate because we know the dimensions of the Adakakase, and with assistance from members of the British Mint, chemists, engineers, the kind of people who can know about the science of gold and the measurement of gold and all the rest of it. We have calculated that the amount of gold contained in the Adakase alone at Kwekadu's death was in excess of 400,000 ounces. Now, the 100,000 ounces in 1867 were worth £1.2 million sterling. But you know what's happened to gold in our lifetime. The contemporary, the current value of the Adakakasi is somewhere over £2 billion, a lot of money. Now, he left this money to his successor, Kofi Kakari. And Kofi Kakari was a wastrel. He distributed money to buy popularity, and he was eventually destooled at the end of the Sagranti War. I'll come to the war in a moment, but let me simply say that, to underline what I've already said, that the attempt to get back the treasures looted from Kumasi by Sir Garnet Wolseley in 1874 takes no account, because it cannot, of the gold in gold dust and unworked gold that the British must have carried away with them. We don't know about this. Of course we don't know, because it was loot, private loot, and so it is separate from the cultural artifacts that Nana Tumfo is trying to retrieve for the Asante man and retrieve for the Republic of Ghana. Now, the war itself is often referred to generally as a colonial war, one of Britain's first colonial wars. But we can refine that a little. We can refine it, in fact, quite a lot. In the 1860s and 1870s, Britain came to realize that it did not have a first-class army. In fact, it was an army composed of people rather like in the 18th century who had bought their commissions. And this had to change, and change it did, and the leader of this change was Sir Garnet Wolseley. Assisted by the War Secretary, Edward Cardwell, he modernized the army. And of course, this didn't mean just modernizing how it was run. It was modernized from the benefits of the Industrial Revolution. And I will name only a couple of things here. The British came to Asante in 1874 to make war, 1873 to make war, with telegraph communications, with people on board the ships who brought the officers to advise them on what Asante was like. In other words, intelligence gathering on a new and unusual scale. They also had with them, and perhaps most crucially, Snider rifles. These were the result of revolutionary developments in armaments. And unlike the flintlocks used by the Asante or the muskets used by the Asante, these were very accurate, long-range repeating rifles. The first, or at least one of the first, among modern rifles. So they came, and they came with all this in their baggage and their intentions. Now, Wolseley himself was determined to rise to be head of the British Army, which he eventually did. And he brought with him to Asante a group of officers known as the Wolseley Ring, the Ring of Friends, who would rise with him. So there was a very personal motive in Wolseley fighting this war and being seen to have fought it and won it for himself, for Britain, for Queen Victoria and the rest. And we have proof of this. This was the first war in which the general in command, Wolseley, was accompanied by large numbers of the British press. This war was reported very extensively in England, with jubilation, of course, when Kumasi was taken. Now, the Asante themselves, Kwekadua Agyeman, for the 30 years of his reign, had maintained a hands-off policy towards any of the states south of the Pra and the Europeans. There were no real or significant Asante military ventures south of the Pra. decided to surrender himself and his mother and various other of his dignitaries in his family to the British, provided they prosecuted no military action in Asante. So he was taken away as a British captive, and the rest of the story you know. He remained on the coast until 1900, and then he was sent to Sierra Leone, and finally to the Seychelles and the Indian Ocean, from which he did not return until 1924. But the Asante themselves had had enough of this. In 1896, when they took Prempeh away, they established a system of direct military informal rule through collaborationist chiefs, people that they had appointed themselves to run the country for them. This only lasted for 4 years because the Asante themselves, ordinary people led by chiefs as well, fostered, created, and fought a military uprising against the British in 1900. This is commonly known as the Asante War because of the heroic behavior of the Jwesiiba, the woman Asante. That war ended in the ruthless suppression of the Asante. This time, there was no offer of perpetual peace. There was no offer of friendship. There was simply the fact that Asante was made a British Crown colony in 1901, was given a British governor to rule over it in the absence of an Asantehene, and in the aftermath of the war, large numbers of people convicted of treason against the British Crown by fighting for Asante in that war were jailed, hanged, or otherwise deported. Now, there's very little else I need to say, except that this is a shameful episode in British history, like most of British colonialism. It is a shameful episode because it was based on industrial might and a racial ideology. The British were never a great continental military power. They did not have large land armies. What they did have and what they pursued was an overseas empire from which they could extract money through trade, preferential rates, and all the rest of it. And Asante was one of the earliest additions across the world to that particular empire. It's often forgotten, and this is my final remark here, it's often forgotten how short British colonialism was. When I came to Asante, age 22, with Aduboahen in 1968, I met people who had lived all the way through the British period. They were born before the British came, and they were there when the British left in 1957. So it is time finally to put this episode in the past and to reassert Asante unity under the Asantehene and go forward into the future. And I encourage more strongly Asante man to pursue further the matter of the restoration of the treasures that were taken in 1874 and taken in 1896. Thank you very much.
What unites a people? Is it flags? Is it army? Is it gold? Is it money? Stories, my friends. Stories. And what a story we've heard of betrayal, of courage to fight for values and principles, defeat and utter humiliation, and yet an indomitable will to bounce back and defend nationhood as Santiman and write our own true and unadulterated history. What you've just witnessed, Prof. Tom, is the Da Nsiomu dance, a very ancient and popular dance among us, the Asante, which is going extinct. We reenact it today in your distinguished honor to thank you for your amazing work, which has been a labor of love for us, the Asante people, of whom you now belong to as a father and a brother. To you, we say, Yedawasia and Sada, Eja ni Onya Makaski. Please, a round of applause. We proceed now in this celebration by acknowledging the causes of the war, the cause of the war, Asanteman after the war, but most importantly, the significance of what this anniversary means to our nation moving on. We're delighted to have eminent men and women who are herein gathered to lend us their thoughts on the way forward. Make welcome our moderator, who will be seated right in the middle, a son of Asanteman, who is the Ellen Ghanaian Professor of History and of African and African American Studies at Harvard University, a proud fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, and a corresponding fellow of the Royal Historical Society, UK, Professor Emmanuel Achampong. Seated with him, make welcome an adjunct lecturer and gender historian affiliated to the Department of History and Political Studies at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology here in Kumasi, Professor Eugenia Anderson. In their distinguished company, from the Department of History and Political Studies at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology is Ghana's first trained social historian of medicine. Make welcome Professor Samuel Edujemfi. With joy, we receive the former research coordinator of the History and Politics section of the Institute of African Studies, University of Ghana, Professor Samuel Intewusu. And last but certainly not the least, our brother, our father, Professor of Asante History at the Center of West Africa, Birmingham University, UK, Professor Tom McCaskey. Prof, the moderator, you have an hour to deliberate.
His Royal Highness, Nana Otumfuo Tutu Abebu, Nana Drabinghini, Chair of our Silver Jubilee Planning Committee, Nananum, Honorable Ministers and Parliamentarians, the Vice Chancellor, my academic colleagues, since I'm in a university, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on all previous protocols which acknowledged our present dignitaries. As Jerry mentioned, my name is Emmanuel Kwekwe Champong. I'm a professor at Harvard. I will briefly give you the context and the format for the symposium, and then I'll sit down. So we are looking at the last quarter of a century, so from about 1874 through the Asante War of 1900, 1901. Some of my colleagues may share reflections that might go a little forward than that. We have 4 speakers. So our first speaker would be Tom McCaskey to provide a big picture. So we are looking at how the Amanhene and the Amantuo fared in this last quarter of the 19th century. So a big view. And then Samuel Edujemfi will come after that and provide a perspective from Kumasi, a cosmopolitan city, a royal city, and the perspective on this last quarter of a century. Then we'll go to Professor Samuel Intewusu, who will look at the missionary factor, both in Sagranti, going through the annexation in 1896, 1900. After all, it was the taking of the Ramsiers and Kune, Bonat, keeping them in Kumasi for 4 years, that incited the sentiments that would lead or feed into Sagranti War. It is also important to note that as the 1896 expedition came, they were followed by missionaries. So it is not surprising that some of the earliest photographs we have of the submission of Prempeh and his mother are from the archives of the Basel missionaries, because they followed the invasion of 1896. Then we'll go to Eugenia Anderson, and I've been enjoying conversations with her these last few days. I've had the pleasure of being associated with 2 histories by 2 Asante History. The first one by Prempeh I, when he was in the Seychelles, and then the present one that we will launch by Prempeh II. In conversations with Eugenia, she challenged me to reflect on what a history of Asante could look like if dictated by an Asante Hima, and what that female perspective of Asante could look like. And I think I'll sit with that for some time to come. Each speaker will have 12 minutes for opening remarks, maximum 15 minutes. Because they are professors, they are welcome to come to the podium to share their opening reflections. I encourage them to look in my direction, so when I do this, you know you have 3 more minutes, and when I do this, you know you have to stop talking. And since Zotumfo is here, stop talking, you stop talking. After they finish, we will open up for Q&A, and I'll ask the audience to ask a question. Let it be a question or a very brief comment. We are creating something called Asantepedia, which will be a popular platform online for individuals and families to deposit stories they have from their families between about 1874 and Prempeh I's return in 1924. So if you have good stories, that's where it should be, so that as many people as possible can ask short questions. So that's the format, and I will now invite Tom McCaskey to start us off. So let us welcome Professor Tom McCaskey.
You will be getting tired of looking at me, I think. But I've been called back to talk a little about what happened to Asante after the Sagranti War. After the Sagranti War, Kopi Gakari was destooled because he had presided over the humiliation of Asante. The trouble was that his successor on the golden stool was his brother Mensa Bonsu. Now, Mensa Bonsu was a man of avaricious, greedy and vicious temperament, and is remembered as such today. He had a low, whispering voice, and if he could not hear you, or you could not hear him, he would fine you or punish you. He was that sort of person. And in the conditions that followed the Sagranti War, he was a tyrant, and he is remembered as such. He died on the Prasu in 1900, and his sons had him disinterred and reburied in Kumasi in 1911, and there was a huge outcry against this happening, but the British allowed it to take place. Well, going back to his reign, he thoroughly alienated almost everybody in Asante, and he began this by invading Juaben in 1875 to, in his view, bring it to heel. The Juaben had fled once before, but they fled this time south again to Koforedua, New Juaben, and they would not return. And this opened the floodgates. Without that unity, and Asante Hini was respected, and who could impose his will and interpret custom properly, without that, all kinds of conflicts broke out in Asante. Adansi against Bekwai, Mampong against Itueso, etc., etc., etc. And these are covered enormously in Prempeh II's book, which you'll be very happy to hear I'm not going to read to you. And he, excuse me, and so these conflicts spread throughout Asante.
This water.
When I was introduced, it was mentioned that I had written a book on a Kumasi village between 1850 and 1950. That village is now in Kumasi. It's Adibeba, which belonged to the Manweri school. And in that book, I was able to cite testimonies of people who'd lived through the Civil War of 1883 to 1888 that were collected in the 1940s. And it was a period of intense deprivation. People starved to death. People were homeless. People were refugees. And meanwhile, the warlords, the Amenhini, who had asserted themselves against Mensa Bonsu, descended into a civil war between themselves. The country was in ruins. Kumasi, in the end of the 1880s, was in a terrible condition. An Englishman on his way to Jaman in the Ivory Coast visited it in 1889 and said it was virtually in ruins. It was nothing like it, the way it had been portrayed in the early 19th century by earlier English visitors. And so, Ajuman Prempeh came to the stool in 1888 amidst these ruins. And he set about repairing the Asante man, bringing it back together as best he could. And he had some notable successes. An expedition to Nkoranza in 1892 brought the Nkoranza Hini back into the fold of the Asante man and its dependents. But of course, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, Ajuman Prempeh could do nothing about the British. And so, while he was desperately trying to get the Asante man reunited under his authority, the British came, as I mentioned in my first address, the British came to take him away in 1896. Now, in Prempeh II's history, there is an account of the debate that he had with his chiefs about what he was going to do. And he said to them, if we fight, we will all be killed and Asante will be ruined. So I will sacrifice myself as the Asante Hini and go as a prisoner with the British so that they will not fight here and they will not make the Civil War even worse. So Prempeh was taken away with his mother and his father, Wiji Jambibi, off to jail in Elmina. And the Asante were not happy about this. They were very unhappy about it indeed, which is why, as I said, that war broke out in 1901, the Ya Asante War. Now, it is very difficult to compress and to tell you in any detail, in fact I can't, nobody could, the events of that period between 1875 rather, and 1900 when Prempeh was taken away. They are immensely complicated, but certain things need to be noted, even if only briefly. Firstly, Prempeh had some notable successes. As I said, in the Carranza and with a number of areas around Kumasi. But he could not stem the tide of disaffection that had been caused by the real sheer anarchy of the war and the brutalities inflicted during it. Not only that, but now the British deliberately seduced dissident Asante who were against Prempeh, to come south into the Gold Coast colony, as indeed the Joabin had done in 1875, and there they were given both protection and allowed to plot against the Asante Ajamin Prempeh. Now, these are a very significant group of people, and the reason is simple. They were the people that the British relied on as collaborators once they had occupied Kumasi again in 1900 and turned it into a crown colony in 1901. And these people were placed on the stools, the senior stools, the Abrempog stools and the Amanidi stools of those who had been deported ultimately to the Seychelles with Prempeh. Now there's a long and complex history here, you'll be relieved. Again, I'm not going to go into it, but let me simply say this. The first 20 years of British rule are really about getting rid of these collaborators. The Asante people themselves would not put up with these people. People like Kwame Wachi and Agoda, or Kwame Tua, the Jazwa Stool, or the British informant, Kwesi Appiah Nuama, Kwame Tua's brother, who was made Achiamihini by the British. They would not put up with this, and eventually, one way or another, all of these chiefs were removed. But after Prempeh came back in 1924, of course, the British would not in any way countenance that he become ruler again. That had to wait until 1931, when he was reinstated not as a Santihini, but as ruler of the Kumasi division, and nothing else. And it took 4 more years of petitioning, of trying to persuade the British to have the Confederacy restored. Now, I'm going to finish by talking about the Confederacy. The Confederacy that the British restored was restored under the precepts of British custom and British law. The principle was decentralization. They would not, for their own political reasons, accord the authority that Kumasi had enjoyed in the pre-colonial period, and they encouraged, if not secession, then forms of independent action by all these Aman. And Prempeh II spent most of his long reign between 1931 and 1970, when he was not playing golf, when I was carrying his clubs. He spent most of his long reign trying to restore the old Asante, the Asantehini's authority, the Asantehini's arbitration of custom, and these forms of traditional government back in Asante. And that struggle, I'm going to name no names, but that struggle, as you all know, everybody in this room knows, goes on to this day. I will merely mention, in conclusion, Kumasi. When I first came here in 1968, Kumasi had 100,000 people. Now it's got 4.25 million people. Where is the land come from? Well, we know that right now, as I speak, land is the biggest issue in Kumasi. And the Asante History has to defend the Golden Stool's rights in the land in Kumasi, which were taken away by the British and then restored only in part in the 1940s. So, there are still battles to fight here, and I hope they're battles that will be won. Thank you very much.
His Royal Majesty, to for Asante Hinenana, or said to Nanum, the Vice Chancellor of KNUST, the Vice Chancellor, Ministers, and all hearing present, may I stand on existing protocol to proceed. I shall try to sketch my thoughts around the 18th and the 19th century Asante politics. My interests fundamentally would be to focus on Kumasi. One of our sisters, Edwards, who is a PhD candidate from the diaspora, has done something very significant, and I shall use her point on the setting of Kumasi and the palace prior to 1874. The 19th century cosmopolitan city of the Asante History in Kumasi was a well-built metropolis and economic center covering 1 mile north to the south and 3/4 of a mile in width. The monumental Ahimfi, which is the palace of the Asante History, was located on a hill in the city center, measuring 1,500,000 square feet and covering 34 acres. The east edge of the imperial residence was the sacred Subin River, the supreme river deities and Asante History's place where he will worship Tradiampo. Even to the immediate west, strategically positioned throughout the lush garden landscape of the Asante History city were elaborately Asante designed buildings and residences belonging to royal chiefs and courtiers to the king. The Asante History city in the Edum area was not demarcated by walls like the typical imperial cities. The architecture of the noblemen's houses surrounding the residence, the dense forest, and the Subin River formed an invisible defense against invaders. European surveyors and religious and diplomatic visitors were in awe of the vast forest landscape and the symbolic aesthetic and technical beauty of the structures as they entered the city. However, the position of the Asante History city and surrounding natural and architectural elements was more than what was visible. The imperial metropolis of the Asante History was layered with spiritual, cultural, and security values to the nation. Indeed, Kumasi represented the traditional political capital of the forest state of Asante, as well as the residents of the Asante History. The Oyoko Royals, all important Kumasi office holders and functionaries, stayed there and performed services associated with the Kumasi court, and their conjugal families resided in Kumasi. Again, it is significant to note that Kumasi was also the cultural capital. In this capacity, the atmosphere of Kumasi was characterized by elegance or sophistication, as initially noted. In fact, in 1874, the British, led by Sir Garnet Wolseley, defeated Asante and ransacked Kumasi. The election of Prempeh I as Asante History, which began 10 years after the Sagrenti War, was marked by civil war and eventual deportation and exile with key Asante leaders in 1896, first to Sierra Leone and finally to the island of May in Seychelles. British attempts to break Asante and impose their hegemony on Asante did not end with Prempeh's exile. From 1900 to 1901, in the last Asante War of Independence against the British, Asante was defeated and placed under the control of the governor of the Gold Coast. The British then instituted measures and institutions that started the colonization of Kumasi, which they retained as the capital of Asante. May I, as a point of emphasis, say that when you look at the broader community of society of Kumasi, even though we had the Asante Hene with his might and his abilities, the society was equally egalitarian, so that you had members of the community from office holders to those who held no office or position. To that extent, we understand that Asante also had different people crisscrossing. In fact, Kumasi historically was opened up to Hausa, Mande traders, and different people from different regions and territories prior to the 18th century and to the 19th century. Kumasi remained an entrepot, so to speak, where different ideas radiated. As a matter of fact, the formation and the founding of Kumasi out of Kwaman, where the Asante Constitution was fully firmed up, gives us a very clear impression about the fact that the Asante Hene and Kwame Frimpong Anoche, Okonfo Anoche, and the eminent chiefs who resided in their specific social and political jurisdiction agreed to that constitution which brought about an Asante Union, an idea that was alien to the European, because the European assumed that the Asante Union came about only through war, and assumed that the Asante Union could be compared to that, for example, of the European kings or monarchs who might have had their territories or spheres through dint of war. As a matter of fact, this constitution, I dare say, and challenge the discussion, ran parallel to the Magna Carta. In that respect, its authority was so binding in the sacred stool, the Sikija. That spirituality is that which was also missing in the minds of the European in many respects. Asante from Kumasi was interested in diplomacy. And so before even war, there will be diplomatic engagements, there will be discussions, there will be emissaries. And this subsisted since the time of Osei Tutu the first, Asante Hene. So the critical question, therefore, is to ask, why didn't the British annex Asante after 1874? Just to jump into other discussions. What had changed on the side of the British by 1800? I know that the chair is looking at me. I have more time. The 19th century began with, the reign of, Osei Tutu Kwame Isibe. And we understand that there were a lot of interesting dynamics in terms of diplomacy. In fact, his peaceful relations between the British is well documented. In fact, Kumasi in this period received 3 European missions, which included individuals like William Hyde Cooper in 1816. Then we have Frederick James, Thomas Edward Bowditch, William Hutchinson, and Henry Tedley in 1817, and Joseph Dupuy, Francis Collins, Benjamin Salmon, and David Mills Graves in 1820. So Kumasi was the heart of diplomacy in the territory referred to as Asante and the broader enclaves that it covered. So that is just one example which suffices, right? That these diplomatic missions had one goal: to negotiate for peace, to ensure that there was sometimes an uneasy truce between themselves and their neighbors, including the British. So 19th century diplomacy in Kumasi took a rather different form, nature, and approach over a period of time. It was associated with a changing political scene, especially with the growing influence of Europeans at the coast. So diplomacy, which is effectively known in the modern sense, which requires that you have a representation in a territory negotiating for peace among other social, economic, and political dynamics, subsisted within Asante. In fact, from about the 1760s onwards, Kumasi had brought, conquest, and received rent from Christiansborg Castle from the Dutch. But beyond this period, we see that the space between the 1800s, there was negotiations, and also there were ideas of war and diplomacy which subsisted. And some of these, reports have been, perfectly written and documented by the good professor of erudition, McCaskey. Now, the peaceful relations between Asante and the British in the first 2 decades of the century took a different turn. What happened? Why did it take a different turn? Why would Kumasi go to war? We know about Asante interest in Dutch holding at Elmina. We also understand that the interest of the British was to ensure that Asante's control or influence, or better still, hegemony at the coastal regions will be dealt with once and for all. The question is interesting. Why 1874? Why post 1874? And why did the British not annex Asante in 1874? Now, if you look at the account of Ward and Kimberley and the others who have written extensively on that, including Professor McCaskey himself, whom I referred to, it's critical to note that it was an expeditious mission. The team with Wolseley arrived in the territory referred to as a colony by January, the end of January, came as far as to Asante by 31st of January. By the 6th of January, mission accomplished. They returned through Fomena, where I come from, signed. The treaty was not signed. It was a treaty he would even leave because he would not sign. The story that I found therein has already been shared by Professor McCaskey. Now, you understand that it was an expeditious mission. They returned hurriedly, and it did not suggest to us that they were there to stay. Secondly, the terms of the agreement itself, or the truce itself, or the treaty itself, also suggest a very interesting thing, because it did not tell us that the British wanted to have an emissary or a resident commissioner in Kumasi, and for that matter, Asante. Now, this notwithstanding, you see a disputation, especially when Edubuain writes in a later period and argues that the British were interested in supporting Asante. That is why he argues that they will support Adansi breakaway, they will support the Graben quandary, and all the other quandaries that were emerging within the state. In fact, if you shift towards Kimball's argument, there is a suggestion that the British had a certain vacillatory approach. They will not get into Kumasi and make any intervention, but they will not also come to fight Asante, even if Asante was plundering itself. In many respects, it is this civil war which persisted in Asante, plus the challenging leadership of Kakari, among other things, that will lead to the depletion of Asante's resources. Two, you would also find that with the depletion of the resources of Asante, the Asante constitution, which they held together, the social contract, which by Asante constitution allowed the state to use a subtle coercion to get members of the state to go to war, had waned. Leadership challenge with Kakari, the one who followed after him, and also an internecine war, a civil war, which had eaten into the treasury of Asante. In many respects, some have argued that is what will cause Prempeh the First to capitulate. In many respects, I agree in tutu with my professor with great erudition that through the tact of diplomacy, Prempeh the First would have to save his people from war, because post 1874, and another war just at 1896 would have been too damning and too dangerous for the health and the power of Asante, especially holding it from Kumasi. I will try to just wrap up. I have 1 minute. So, what is my last take on this within 1 minute? You would appreciate that by 1900, the British had come to town again. They were successful at that because the rallying call for people to come to fight did not have that kind of zest. And that is written by McCaskey. Asante will regroup, but we see that even when Asante had been defeated, by 1905, Resident Commissioner Fuller had taken over to behave as if he was an Asante Hene. And even when the real Asante Hene had returned, he made him Kumasi Hene, a creation by the British. The intrigues by the outsiders is what Asante has sought to cure and has found a balancing act to sustain the union till now. I rest my case. Thank you.
His Royal Majesty Otumfo Osei-Tutu II, Nananom Keynote Speaker Professor Thomas McCaskey, Honorable Ministers, Clergy, Professor Emmanuel Achampong, esteemed and distinguished scholar of Asante History, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great reverence and gratitude that we gather here today to commemorate the indomitable spirit and unwavering dedication of the people of Asante, who played a pivotal role during the British and Asante War of 1874, popularly referred to as the Sagranti War. As we delve into the annals of history, we also uncover stories of courage, of compassion, and sacrifice that resonate with the Asante nation. My role in this symposium is to discuss the missionary factor in the Sagranti War. Many scholars, such as Edubuahin, Tom McCaskey, Emmanuel Champon, Samuel Pobi, Archbishop Sapon, Rattray, Abor Wicks, and many more have handled this very subject with some level of excellence. I stand on their works to discuss the interests of the Basel missionaries in the war. In the west of Njoku, the colonial enterprise and the Christian missionary enterprise together constitute two of the most important historical events that have, for good or bad, considerably shaped the history of Africa, including Ghana. Both defining events occurred almost simultaneously. The colonial enterprise focused on the economic and political dimensions of life in Africa, redrawing the boundaries, reshaping its political arrangements and structure, and considerably looking at different orientations and vital institutions. The missionary enterprise impacted heavily on the religious and cultural landscape of Africa and considerably tinkered with its dominant worldview and value system. A critical revisiting of these two major events, either separately or as twin events, is crucial and indeed unavoidable for our understanding of the British Ashanti War of 1874, popularly referred to as the Sagranti War. Ashanti and Britain fought several wars. Those battles were called several names, such as the Battle of Nsamanko in 1824, Akatamanso in 1826, Sagranti in 1874, and the Asante War of 1900 and 1901. Prior to the Sagranti War, Asante had established itself as a powerful political entity with a strong religious and cultural infrastructure. In spite of its greatness, it still fought more wars. The frequency with which Ashanti battled with her neighbors, including Denchira, Fanti, Bono, Ewe, Gan, Gonja, Dagomba, and many more, will have drawn attention to itself by several observers, especially the British and some missionaries. British administrators seem to have arrived at a conclusion that Asante indeed was a threat to their colonial project. Historians have indicated that some of the wars that were fought between Britain and Asante were in relation to the breach of peace and agreement, and that of 1874 was not an exception. It was born out of the desire to ensure that Asante obeys the peace agreement that it had signed in 1863, not to fight the southern states, and also to end enslavement of people. Achampong, Abba Wilkes, Tudor, Lewin, and several others have indicated that the Asante-British War of 1874 had a kind of crushing military defeat on Asante. Asante got demoralized, and of course, the foundation of its very stay was shaken. Indeed, the awesome military technology of the British that was deployed was referred to more or less as a total war. Total war because it characterized the sound that was actually coming from the weapons and rifles that were handled by the British. But the question is that if the Sagranti War was a matter between Britain and British forces and Asante, what triggered the interest of Basel missionaries in the war, a people that were supposed to spread the gospel? To answer this question, we recast our minds to events in early 1868 and again in 1869, when the kingdom of Anglo and Akwamu around the lower Volta declared war on the Ewe of Krepi. In the ensuing war, Asante soldiers sacked Krepi towns, including Sokode, Enum, Ho, and took along with them missionaries, including Ramsey and his people, Johannes, Kuhn, Smith, Richard, and Pam, Ramsey's maid. We might begin to wonder why an internal war could lead to the capture of missionaries. One needs to understand actions and events of this nature from the complex relationship that had developed between society, church, and the state. The Christian church in the Gold Coast at that time was lumped with other European agencies, such as governments and trading firms. The church could hardly be considered by the people in the Gold Coast as an agency with a separate existence. Such was the obvious conclusion to be drawn from missionaries accompanying soldiers on their campaigns and soldiers accompanying missionaries on their mission journeys. They are perfect examples, for example, of Rees, who was accompanied by a soldier up to Ekropong from the Danish fort. There's also evidence of Freeman going to Kumasi accompanied by military officers. As already noted, the first 5 weeks of captivity of Ramsey and his group saw the captives marching at the daily pace of about 30 miles as they journeyed from Krepi towards Kumasi. This was difficult for European captives who had to walk in the scorching heat from the blazing sun and burning houses. In the process, Ramsey's baby had a fever and Kuhn a deep wound on his heel from heavy chains. Ramsey's son or child died before the captives got to Kumasi in 1870. Their hope of gaining freedom once they got into Kumasi, as they expected, was yet to be realized. The detention dragged on for more than 4 years. In captivity, Ramsey's wife gave birth to a second child. Attempts were made to release the hostages. David Asante of the Basel Mission his letter to the captives highlighted aspects of ransoming operations that had taken place. And I quote, "Twice have we sent messengers to the Ashanti camp offering money for your release, but in vain. I have been sent to Begro on the frontier of Achim to try and come into communication with you as up to the present. We have only heard of reports from you. I give the bearer a pencil, paper, and scissors that you may write or send some of your hair as an assurance that you are still alive in Kumasi." With lack of success on the part of the vassal Christian mission, the British colonial administration for Gold Coast, who now had responsibility for Prepi, took charge to secure the release of the captives. One of the first decisions taken was Britain to take possession of Asante captives on the Gold Coast, including Bofo. I have some water. Bofo's nephew, whom British officers retrieved from Krobo in 1869. The plot, it seemed, was to swap captives for the Europeans in Kumasi. Hence, in June 1870, the British governor of Cape Coast, John Popo Hensley, released and sent to Kumasi a batch of Asante prisoners seized in a previous Asante War around Achim, with a promise to free more of Asante captives upon the release of missionaries. That was also not successful. At another time, he sent Asante Hine a gold-embroidered silk worth about 100 pounds. That also did not help matters. Instead, the demand was for 100 ounces of gold, or about 1,440 pounds for each captive that was being held in Kumasi. To fast forward to 1872, Karkare sent the captives to Fomena, south of Asante on the River Pra. And a message to the British administrator was that 1,000 should be paid to Asante agents in Cape Coast per captive so as to seal off the deal. A week later, the captives reached Fomena, but before leaving Kumasi, the missionaries had redeemed their 2 African helpers, that is Palmer and his wife Coco, by paying 6 peregrines, drawn on the Basel mission account. As the European captives journeyed to the coast, a British force headed in the opposite direction of the Asante army. The 2 armies clashed in 1874. The British forces seized the captives and led them as freedmen to Cape Coast. It is important to highlight at this stage that the missionary factor played a very significant role in the 1874 war. The capture of the missionaries and the ensuing negotiations allowed the British to plan both in terms of personnel and logistics to be able to launch an attack. Also, the frequent correspondences and spy work and the movement of missionaries such as David Asante enabled enough intelligence reports to be gathered on Asante and its forces. Apart from this direct contribution to the war, there were equally important insights that are worthy of note as far as the involvement of missionaries is concerned. The support of missionaries for the war was simply to provide them with a clear form and a direct or indirect way for stability and order in the missionary enterprise in Asante, since the frequent wars between Asante and the people of the coast proved to be unduly disruptive and even explosive for missionary work. It became evident that after the war, some missionaries, such as Ramsey, had some guaranteed territory for them to be able to carry out their conversion works. The interest of missionaries in the war was also due to the intimate relationship between the formal end of the transatlantic slave trade and the beginning of the Christian missionary enterprise in the Gold Coast. Even though slavery had been abolished by the British, in several of their evangelisms, they had come across evidence of existence of slavery in most parts of the Gold Coast, including Asante. Missionaries embarked on campaigns to end slavery by arguing that slaves demand mercy and compassion. In their mission to Ashanti, Sir Garnet Wolseley and his band of fighters projected the war in such grandiloquence so as to gain some sympathy and support from missionaries within the Gold Coast and also outside of the country. These were actually people that were already exposed to a number of abolitionist proposals. Rather than trade in human beings, humanity will profit more in trading in commodities, they added. For the missionaries giving support to the war, it was more or less an obligation for them to be able to pass on Christian faith to Asante. For the missionaries, the defeat of Asante was construed and seen as a kind of remedy for the slave trade and a civilizing mission. This mindset would be put into action immediately after the war, where Basel missionaries converted ex-slaves, some of whom volunteered to be agents of the propagation of the Christian message and values in the dominions of Asante. The interests of missionaries could further be viewed from the perspective of so-called religious and cultural hegemony. Missionaries had a belief that people of Asante and the Gold Coast deserve a different doctrinal heritage, especially when Asante religion and culture was seen as an exerting overarching influence and authority over the affairs of many of the missionary operations. Asante has several deities and had no problem with bringing in more. For example, Krachi Dente, Nana Brukum, and several others were part of Asante kingdom. Beyond their own enduring internal conversions and difficulties, the fear and even dread of Asante religious and cultural practice, religious intolerance was, in this case, a very important factor in the interest of the missionaries as far as the Sagranti War is concerned. The ritual practice and the modes of worship found in the traditional religions was also assumed to be one of the critical factors that made the missionaries to support the Sagranti War. I'm told I'm left with 1 minute. Oh, okay. Thank you. Now, if I have 1 minute, I better move maybe towards my conclusion. Now, in summary, several factors accounted for the missionary interest in the Sagranti War, apart from the capture of Ramzia. The need for space to evangelize, the fear of conversion of Asante kings and other notables into Islam, and its attendant consequences on missionary work. The need to maintain some Christian and cultural hegemony in a kingdom that was highly revered and respected among others, made the Bashan missionaries to support British forces against Asante in the Sagranti War. Thank you so much for your attention.
His Royal Highness Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Nananom, the Vice Chancellor, Pro-Vice Chancellor, academics and staff of KNUST, MPs and Ministers of State, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
My dear Prof, we are an institution of learning, higher learning, and today gives us the opportunity to learn our culture at its best. Let's start it all over again with His Royal Majesty.
His Royal Majesty, Nana Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Nananom, the Vice Chancellor, Pro-Vice Chancellor, academics and staff of KNUST, the MPs and Ministers of State, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor to stand before you this morning to give to give my thoughts on war and diplomacy, especially from the perspective of women. There is an Akan proverb which says that Oba Totua Etrebe Madem. In 1874, an Elmina-born British envoy, Henry Plange, made provocative threats to the Asante Hene, Kofi Kakari, and the chiefs during the discussion of the British takeover of all Dutch concessions, including the Elmina Castle. Obviously irritated by this, the Asante Hima Efiakobi retorted, "I am only a woman, but I would fight the governor with my left hand." These two statements mentioned above provokes an inquiry into an understanding of the place of women in Asante state military structure. How do we reconcile the Asante proverb mentioned with the above statement made by Nana Efiakobi? What specific roles did women play in the Asante military setup? In which ways did religious and cultural beliefs hinder women from full participation in state war machinery? The 18th century were times of state union, expansion, consolidation for the Asante, and a constant feature which facilitated this process was war. Asante embarked on wars for political, economic, and ideological purposes. Analyzing the etymology of Asante, linguists equate the name Asante with war. Kwejo Osei, a known historian, gives two traditions to this effect. The first states that Asante emanates from the name Esan, which simply means war. So Asante War is the corrupted form of Sagrenti War. The second tradition also states that Asante was a vassal of Dentra, and Asante used to supply Dentra with red clay, which was known as Esan, used for building of houses. The people became known as Asante War, which was corrupted to become Asante War. It is essential to iterate here, especially joining into the conversation of Edu, who states that war essentially elevated men over women. After the Battle of Eyase, Nana Osei Tutu I divided the states politically into different military duties. There was the Adonten, Trafo, Benkum, Nifa, Chidom, Jase, and the Ankobia. All these positions were occupied by men. Though theoretically, the Ohima, that is the co-ruler of the Ohene, could serve as the head of state in the absence of the king. I am then moving on to look at women in the founding of Asante. It is important to highlight the role played by the female ancestress in the founding of Asante. The Oyoko tradition indicates that Anchewenyame and her people descended from the sky near Esiakwa in Achimebuakwa. There is also another tradition which indicates that they descended near Asante Manso. Similar traditions are given by other Matri clans, including Nyankopon Gueshia for the Bretu, Aso Bode for the Asuna, Amena Jata for the Asenie, and Sena Fontom for the Adriana. This explains the matrilineal system and why the genealogical descent is traced through the female line. At the core of the socio-political organization was the Abusia, headed by the Abusia Penyi and the Oba Penyi. The Ohene and Ohima at the highest level of state organization played complementary roles in leadership. The political status was conferred by the Ohima, who also served as the royal genealogist to determine the legitimacy of claims made to any vacant stool. And this accounts for the Akan proverb, Obana Owo Ohene. We are moving on then to look at women and war. Women played crucial roles in war politics in Asante. Nevertheless, their roles are largely ignored and underrated due to Asante's religio-cultural beliefs attached to war and gender. It is important to emphasize that childbearing women did not engage in frontline warfare, not because of their physical inadequacies, but because of the fear of menstrual contamination. menstruation inhibited women's political progression because of the cultural beliefs attached to it. Though menstrual blood was considered a source of fertility, menstruating women were considered ceremonially unclean. They could not attend social activities in the community, participate in religious ceremonies, honoring their ancestors, visit the chief's court, or associate with any male government official. Menopausal women, however, were free from these menstrual taboos, enabling them to take part in ritual, social, and political activities. For an Asante menopausal woman, it was significant because it meant a shift from the normal life to become a respectable elder, or bapenyin. Old women acquired elderly privileges such as the right to cut their hair, the dancing crown, wear their cloth in the male fashion, drink liquor, pour libation, and engage in frontline war. Despite these limitations, women played crucial roles in war in Asante. One of the crucial roles seen is the ritual known as the momome. This was a spiritual warfare in which premenopausal and menopausal women performed daily ritual chants, ritual dancing, mimes, and other spiritual performances to enhance the victory of the military in war until the troops returned. These women sometimes pounded empty mortars with pistols as a form of spiritual torture to Asante's enemies. Women also played female captains and the Asafotrema, who were a type of a rear guard. They provided military support services in times such as scouts, carriers, cooks, and provided war logistics. Women provided useful intelligence on strategies and troops of the enemy states. I go ahead to highlight the contribution of three Asante Hima who played very key roles in the history of Asante. These are Efia Kobi, Yecha, and then Yasantua. Efia Kobi's skill in war and diplomacy is seen in her administrative tact, boldness in the era of crisis in Asante. She was also known as a pacifist and a great woman of a great shrewdness who projected the unification of Asante above the love for war. On 20th November 1873, at the gathering of the Asante Man in Shiemu, she noted to have said, "From olden times, it has been seen that God fights for Asante if the war is a just one. This one is unjust. I am old now. I lived before Kwekudria, and I have now placed my son on the Asante throne. I do not wish for our ancestors to say my son was the cause of the disturbance of the 60 towns." The council of the military generals superseded hers, leading to the 1874 Sagranti War with the British, in which Asante was defeated. Nana Kofi Kakari's lack of tact, acumen, and indecision eventually cost him the throne. When Efia Kobi found one of Kofi Kakari's wives wearing the gold ornament used to bury the deceased Queen Mother, she initiated his deposition, and in his place, Mensa Bonsu was appointed as the Asante Hene. So this ties in with what Professor Makaski said earlier, that when he was enthroned, he misused state resources. In this instance, it can be said that she sought to project her self-interest above in the choice of rulers, because for the second time, she put her own son on the throne. To secure the election of her younger son, Mensa Bonsu, as the next Asante Hene, Nana Efia Kobi forged alliances with powerful chiefs, including Bantama Hene Nana Wua II and Kokofu Hene Nana Yaobeko. Nevertheless, her own daughter, Yechan, overthrew and exiled her together with her son, Kakari, in 1884. Efia Kobi is remembered for her dedication to maintaining the ascension of her lineage in Asante. I move on then to look at Yechan. Ye Chan became the greatest rival of Efiakobi as she ousted her own mother in 1884. She was known to be a ruthless ruler. She secured the arrest of Kakari in 1884 and ordered his execution. Over 200 Kakari's kindreds were also annihilated in the process, though eventually he was spared. Unfortunately, Kwekudria II reigned for only 44 days. After his death, Ye Chan fought for the stool for her son, Prempeh I. Supporters of her opponents, that is, Atrebuana, such as Butuakwa, Ochiame, Jobin, and Samahene Echampon Penyin were all executed in the process. This led to a prolonged war of 4 years. Within the period, she assumed the role as a rival ruler of Asante and took possession of the golden stool so that no opponent could be enthroned. In Asante norms and value systems, the accumulation of wealth played a key role in power struggle. Ye Chan was a wealthy trader who used her money to finance the ambitions of her children. As a known wealthy woman, Ye Chan deployed her resources liberally. It was known that she bought loyalty using land. She also acquired a large supply of Snider rifles and ammunition to aid her self-ambition. As a result, she was given the title Oba Berima. Ye Chan remained resolutely opposed to British diplomatic missions, including Griffin, Hodgson, and Maxwell. This explains why she was targeted for exile together with Prempeh I and other prominent Asantehene, other prominent chiefs in 1896. She died in Seychelles on 2nd September 1917 at the age of 77. I move on to the last heroine in terms of Asante history, that is Yasantua. Yasantua was a formidable-looking woman who had the slogan, "Men are not pillows for any woman to lean against." Yasantua played a pivotal role in galvanizing the Asante into action by challenging male impotency in a time of national crisis. Echampon and Obeng emphasized that her devotion to the golden stool, determination, and courage contributed to making the war against the British. When her grandson, Nana Kwesi Afrane, the Dresohene, was exiled, together with Prempeh I, by the British, she openly challenged the demands made by Sir Frederick Hodgson for the golden stool. Her devotion for the golden stool and determination contributed to the siege and guerrilla war from April to November 1900. This contributed to her famous statement, "How can a proud and brave people like the Asante sit back and look whilst the white men took away the king and the chiefs and humiliated them with a demand for the golden stool? The golden stool only means money to the white man. They have searched and dug everywhere for it. I shall not pay one prejan to the
Thank you all very much. I've received royal instructions that we should end the panel discussion at 1 p.m. That's why I was sending all these timekeeping instructions. So unfortunately, though I had promised Q&A, we will not be able to do Q&A. I beg Tumfo's indulgence for just 2 or 3 minutes to offer some concluding remarks like academic protocol requires, and then we will thank our panelists and close our symposium. We've had a wonderful couple of hours, beginning with Tom McCaskey's keynotes. We've heard about the personal ambitions of individuals, someone like Garnet Wolseley, who was intent on leading the British Army, and the kinds of actions he would take because of his personal ambitions. We've heard of personal predilections, the two brothers, Kofi Kakari, Mensah Bonsu, and the consequences of some of these predilections. We've heard about the importance of timing, the 1870s, Sagranti, and how the outcome was almost guaranteed because of British industrial and military superiority. In a sense, it was an unfair war. The timing of the 1880s, the scramble and the partition, will make the difference between 1874. Asante is defeated but not annexed, and the insistence in the 1890s that Asante should come under British suzerainty. So timing is important. War. We've talked about two wars, Sagrenti, Yasantwa, but with very different consequences. 1874, Asante is defeated but not annexed. 1900 enabled the British to treat Asante differently from even 1896. Now Asante was a territory of conquest. We cannot talk about Asante today without Christianity, despite the rather ambivalent beginnings of Asante's relations with Christianity. I look at Kumasi today, and almost churches are part of the landscape. I think St. Cyprian's is the Anglican church, right? Which is also the Royal Church. Even Ramsia has a church named after him, which is the one in the Doom that my mother went to. There's Wellesley, or the Methodist Church, by the prisons. And you have to climb the hill to the Roman hill, to the Roman church. And it is true that the Asante have today indigenized Christianity, as Archbishop Kwesi Sapong affirms. Women are half the population, and we cannot go anywhere without our women. And I've enjoyed listening to Eugenia's reflections on three important Queen Mothers, Efia Kobi, Yecha, and then Juso Hemaya Santwa. So this silver anniversary is a period of historical reflection and the capacity of history to rejuvenate Asante. Titika Asum, as Anadra Abehine reminded us, and the Asante love history. Please join me in thanking our four excellent panelists for their presentation. At this time, we will take our seats so we can go back to our seats, and then Mr. Jerry behind me will take over again.
What shall we say to Prof. Tom McCaskey, Professor Eugenie Anderson, Professor Samuel Edujemfi, Professor Samuel Intabusu, and the masterful moderation from Professor Emmanuel Echampong? Please, a resounding round of applause. We want to thank you ever so much for lending us your mental agilities and fleshing out this book from various perspectives. Let's now go back to 1874, February. Like Dr. Baumia would say, you and I were not there. But the gods, ancestors, and spirits live in all of us. And for the next few minutes, I want you to lend your very undivided attention to the Kumasi Cultural Center as they reenact February 1874.
Nananom, 24 Amashiha, Utumfo, Santehini, or Tosuminu, Yera. Nana, your mountain quan. And there, you may do Yatunidi say Sagranti War. I culture center for, and I better say, you may soon actually. The Otroye, your friend Ura, Emmanuel Jiwo Pepra, Mensa. Only Jina Mincha, Kachi, only Madama, Omia Fans and Bokakra, Asian.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Kofi Oben Onyina. And he was the stage manager for this production. And it is our hope that in future, actually this performance is 2-hour performance, but for this occasion, you have abated it to 25 minutes. And this production is brought to you by Kumasi Cultural Center, as he said, and made possible through the concerted efforts of some individuals, including the regional director of Kumasi Cultural Center, Mr. Peter Kofi Manfo, and Professor Daniel Dua from the International Programs Office. Because this production, we needed British nationals, and we have to import some from there. So thank you and enjoy the show.
Following the Sagranti War in 1826, also known as the Dodowa War or Akata Council, the British and the Asantes signed the Anglo-Asante Peace Treaty of 1831 at Cape Coast Castle. This treaty empowered the British to create the British protected territories on the lands across the River Tra. By 1872, the Danes and the Dutch had sold all their trading forts and castles to the British and left. These lands became protected from any Asante control or encroachment. The British protected territories of the southern states, including Asin, Wasa, Ante, Denga, Akwamu, Ga, Adangbe, and many others supported the British, serving as their informants. As so European power on the coast, the British fomented the war against the Asantes. And this is how it all began.
Yula, Nancy, Yesia, no, you did. Hey, Adaroma, Sabibu Honoma, my young.
What do you about to Germany or Mania? In Nina Dania Dane, and in tea and Anama Edis are.
When you vote, Mama Transit. I'm not on last mum. No, it's in there. You can't go on there. When you hear me rap, see Sarah when I say, no. Now, what can I say? You right? No more going home.
Abrante, my man can't chill out. Sabi, Samo, and I'm Muhina. Yadia, Yabuya. I told you, Madraha, I can some. Any friend in Masam, and Chayura.
Mura, Porto, meaning that a quasibri or one and one. Ah, what's that? I'm me, you go see. To me, you, man. We don't need.
Nananom. Metimu sa kwasi broni, adwen papa bi ene nti. Dabi, na ye me kofi kakari. Adwen bi odi bebe bia na mesi ano. Asene say. Yeah. Dabi. No. You can't. Say. What's go to my business and we'll just answer mine.
My lord, there are some chiefs here from the coastal areas and they would like to see you.
What are they here for?
They have said they want to discuss official matters with you.
All right, let them come in.
Womra. Womra. Basamazi. Nana womra. A woofu or a baha. Once nasi. I'm once in a foam. My lord, the chiefs from the coastal areas.
Tell them they're welcome.
Nana them Ramrad or see Ozzy or Mwakaba.
Yeah, right. Hey, right.
I feel so. Also, Busam Kwando.
I'm not okay. So, young Kutana Bonnet. What? Me ya chimney. Me so, I am Fantini. And one also, say a danger. But one more egu, a quanano ya omun to me, Mekai, ya doso. Ye, some titi as I recon. Ye hear and say, Amanado, Yahoo sewa wide and pa at the Maya in an animal one puano. Name Yenum beer. One walk Asante him for Nibi. And woman near them papa at the Madie. Amanado woman. Yes, Rena Brew. Say, Obabaya who buy Quadia. Sabi, yes, you have a tarnachi. Nadia Santafoni, Piara, Mira, what I will be brew.
I'm not a catchy. The ability to Nana Diaz when he said, yes, Santifuano. Yen and none of the I say, O Musuma some beer, you better read the Achiram Nado. The Nanaka and here, so we're home by every Santifuano and put me here. You know that yes, I see you so. As only home to you. It's just so your home body. Yes, only home by.
My lord, what they are saying is simply that they want to be your informant. And also, they want to give you any secret, anything about the Asantes. In return, they seek for your protection.
Wonderful!
Abasma, Nananum, about you, wonderful, and us in the Nenuajo.
Oh,
Montrese, no more who for it. Montrese.
Once in a boom, once in a boom.
Tell them I thank them for coming and for the information on the Ashanti King, Nana Kofi Kakari. Let them also know I will grant them the protection they seek for.
Nananum, I'm not Ossi, or the Humasi, the Humaba. What's your home? Home buying.
Sierra, yeah. Now, Asante for. Mira, where do you want Roma? So I see a bossy dear, and Penny say, will be entry for some pacodo. And your best require. I know Roma.
They are seeking for permission to leave.
Please, I thank them for coming and get them some refreshments.
Yes, my lord. What's a mungo? Wongo.
Cratchit, what are me, Bruno? By Quan?
Hey, madam. Basma. About the castle and about the pepper. What?
And you take it.
Some of the kind of the whole. Some of the kind of.
Yeah. The same say they do. Osapa said na jase oni nananom osi won.
Ochiame.
Oh no. Papa me. Na gakali. Papa ko kwata. Okunu ti yompa. Yompa so so ma monuko. Na dia ye denti. Eri ekura se. We can see a man in a friend of our and as soon as you are Janison.
Ochiame.
Ochame. Tiema ento mahemfo.
Zio.
Enim ma me se.
Zio.
Ene fra me frɛ wo mo no.
Zio.
Enye ahogro so kura.
Zio.
Kasache. Eye mu nyina mo nim sam se.
Zio.
Efiri bra ye nuanom bi. Eye ye dom. Edom nkɔbɔ akwasikɔkɔ no.
Zio.
Ye nya ahwene kura enyi mu.
Zio.
Santi bi to abɔfo ma ɔmkɔe.
Zio.
Ɔmkɔe a akwanso sempo kura ya ma ɔmo bi.
Zio. Kasache.
Ya ma ɔmo nsuo so pokura and ano.
Zio.
Nkoti a ɔsade nkra emu ɔden.
Zio.
Ama ɔmo abrɛ me sɛ me mo ni dwa. Sabi empanyin se aboa no de ntakra ena ye ne kase.
Zio.
Me nkoa mintimi enye na so.
Zio.
Tina ma do makwa kire ma se twe ne so sa momra maka me ho. Efise mpa no fo se aboa no opama ansa no ye den wagye ya. Enti na ma meto ensa efrɛ mo.
Zio. Nananom. Madam amuntie miebru. Said the area na akakari wase no. Ose otu abofo ama okompo ano. So nkosi amna do ne ne dom. Abofo no duru ho no. Sabi ebru sabi anya do. Akonwampo wantu wombi na kapesa akwasunsa. Ekwa wi akira amna do sa de nkra ama yewura abofo a wosoma ama okompo ano ne se o meka nche yewura se yewura sa monica. Yanwa ne say na amen. Yanwa ne say na amen. Yewura se aboa no o de kase e na we na afu. Yewura kofi kakariti we. Sanoma onam surumpo na sekosua e hyenimu a. Ohu. Yewura ti asem no ni wisie ni briye. Ayesa besepa ni ko nyina han. Yetasi ni banim dufo. Nti yewura se so frɛ mu a memfa ntomanim efi sɛ aboa ntontom ɔso obefa ni nantwi pompo a ebobɔ no ana sire bi.
Yewura chame.
Mi tiawa bru.
Wada bantuma man ametoso miensa. Mi gina ho. Wada matie. Nantu yewura kakari be ma. Nana hema. Na nananom kaya e wo hanso so entibi. Nananom. Krosesenko wo ho nipa bibre bia komu mada. Nanso ye twa asia ye nyina nim se ye ka ho ntwene a ye se ho na sa. Nananom. Enchidenti. Yentre ho. Enchichira santema animonyam. Esikadwa animonyam. Enkoto nchire. Menso tonane ne kwana.
Dabi.
Sabaku di fatano a. Eya kono. Na nya sedwase. Nananom, sie wura be pena nka me nko de. Me se, yenka to atwa akwasi me.
Yenka to a.
Kye wo ho.
Itiawa bru.
Kumawu. Kebo akodua. Me no ma sori. Empagye se saboa no nyawo no nkawo a. Wam
Yini se nkyira.
Akwasi brodi wo ya menani atra na ni nton.
Wakan.
Bibia se na nanuma se kadwa. Oduma nkoma ade ache yewreti. Ade asanteman. Ene na nani abre a obeso oje. Timidimi dia ya adire se ye motoa.
Ye kantoa. Ye kantoa.
Yewura chame ho.
Itiawa bru.
Adaroma. Mampo kontonchi. Ana masole no. Obatie ama na ewura se. Akwasi broni anasa akwasi kokko. Na sikadwani ti ene ni abere a oma yewura onya hwenimpo no himu no dia. Me mampo kontonchi. Ohia kuma nana aneme. So baba me kwan a. Kwasi broni. Sabi mpanyine se. So baba bi hu no na twetwe a. Won sampa ho. Mentra ho anya no fofroto ama kwasi kokko nsumpa nkotokuro du ama to yewura pante so So I'm a choir. Much about Santa Sam, I said with Coco. I'm almost there. Yeah, Santa for.
Yeah.
Office unye, Okwawia, we are fair. So, Mr. Kakama can say, Bira, Wadaroma, so I'm a choir. I can be, but Bronicoko, a Trinity, and a Bachelor, Asante Man.
Some now work on.
Yewura Chame.
It's your bro.
Wadama. Tie man into Yewura, and na him say, Nadama o. Seven penny say about 30 hours. Yenya bute dwana, yehu ne nso no. Said ye yaso asemi ekoi. Nadama, enki yensi abotre. Na yantwen. Ni ehunu se apoma ne simeti. Danya sa. Said ye apeja asemi de. Yenim owe ne kura ebetu ye. Ti nadama. Yensi abotre.
Kasa che.
Na kosi bro no de na asem bedu wi a. Sabi yehu asem no poma sibre nadama.
Trase. So when you hear trase. Hufuo. Era chame. Adama. Afo. Berema kufo ya kase. Madama entumira. Entuna hima mami. Mene na mo edi ka kasa ye ni nyina ya adwen. Kwatiko ho. Ne ho bon. Esa. No kwasemini. Wichira oye nyina. Sikadwantira no yesa. Yampene ampene chira. I don't see the entira ho. For bompa no bedura. No kwasemini. Be man who say. Say gay way. Ehiritra panyina. Sa one meme. Pia. Achame.
Mira.
My first my first man kwa na emram.
Ai kwa. Mananja tem, after about postman kwa ble. Mira, wadama ba postman kwa ba.
Ba postman kwa. Me na me afre wo. Bantuma amankwati a. Ba kodua kofu
Mira mi nie.
Monka ba force man kwa ho na mo aboa mo ho na dia duro no akwasi kokko de mmenento asem e ya aboso eya me kofi kakari me di kun nanim kopim se ye be che no ye twa ne ti afiri so kura
afa metawachi nura metawachi pa metawachi
General Wolseley, Governor, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. How are you? I'm fine. Welcome to Gold Coast. Please, thank you. Have a seat. General, this whole territory is under our hegemony. But this portion is what has become an albatross around our neck. The Ashanti are claiming this territory. They are powerful people, warlike people. We have to stop them from claiming the Elmina territory. See, in all my administration in West Africa, I have not seen people this radical, rebellious, and recalcitrant as these Ashantis struck them from one angle and they assemble one another. We have to end the regime by any means necessary.
There must be a connection in their struggle.
But I thought after so many years of humiliation, they would learn a lesson. I will break the resistance, whether they like it or not.
Governor, the history of these people is full of battle.
See, I received this letter from Her Majesty, the Queen of England. And this is the present situation back in England.
Oh, the London Bridge is falling!
Indeed. I don't like the Ashantis. The war must go on. General Wolseley, what are the preparations so far?
Governor, for this war, we're going with heavy armaments and by rifles. For the first time, we're going to strongly defeat and destroy the Ashanti Empire. Because Ashantis are powerful, they are mighty in battle. We're training our soldiers better. We're going to use quinine to help the soldiers against diseases and introduce the new machine guns to give us a significant technological advantage over the Ashanti army.
Well done, General. Please follow me into the inner chamber.
It was Thursday, around 7:30 a.m., as the British had already threatened the Asante Kingdom. Nana Amankweti III and some notable Asante chiefs were with the Asante warriors in the thick at Afo. The British had indeed decided to fight the Asante. After peace, Santehima, the British tried to resist pressure. Asante was the only kingdom that prevented them taking their lands. Then, the blue moon, Sir Garnet arrived in the Asante Empire. But 25,000 troops and thousands West Indian and African troops, including then
Jasi ba audio. Jasi audio. Jasi ba audio binye bido. Yedim ko. Yedim magani. Asante kwa ko ya.
Asante kotoko ya. Oya ye mukwo ye mujani o aye kuro da ya mos dio esa na ya kura da ya mos ya mna ya kuro da ya mos dio esa na ya kura da ya mos ya mna ya wasan yiribe aye okonya wasanya wasobrajai wasobrachia esa na ya kura da ya mos ya mna ya.
We've burned their palaces. We've taken their treasures. We conquered the land. We defeated the Ashantis. Long live the Queen! Long live the Queen! Long live the Queen! Long live the Queen! 3, 2, 1, march!
The agony. The capital, Kumasi, was abandoned by the Asantes when the British arrived. Kumasi was demolished by the British with explosives. The harm has already been caused. And it's only time can wipe off memory of this invasion. The British took away cherished treasures, including rolls of books, and as well as the headgear of Nana Kofi Kakari, except the golden stool. Mr. Asikeja. The harm has been caused. And it is only time that can wipe off memory. How can we forget the death of our war general, Nana Mankwetia, and some notable chiefs in the hands of the British? How can we forget the death of thousands of people, of those left behind? How can we forget the that raged profusely on that fateful day? How can we forget the treasures that were looted away? But the passage of time, now Kumasi held several British citizens, and London houses several Asante citizens. The city Sir Garnet was sought to destroy. Repository of Ghana's culture, and of British nationals, quite ironically, tour in it every year to see the very thing they seek to destroy or carried away. The British brought their cannon to the bush, but bush stronger than cannon. Asante was born in battle, nurtured in battle, and sustained in battle. Today, proud kingdom, we learn from our defeat and also celebrate our victories. What will forever make the Asante kingdom powerful and mightier. Long live the king of the Asantes, His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu. Long live the kingdom of Asante. Asante.
Naturally, this should exude an ovation. I don't have to ask for it. The Kumasi Cultural Center, let's appreciate their effort, their brilliance in reenacting this great war, the Sagranti War. And now, remaining standing, Your Lordship the Chair, Your Royal Majesty, humbly I ask that together let us pay tribute to all our men and women who lost their lives in this great war. For they are a part of an unbroken line of heroes who have borne the heaviest burden of the freedoms we enjoy today. A minute's silence. It's our prayer that the blood, sweat, tears, and toil of our heroes past shall never be in vain. We ask that their souls rest in glory. Amen. A resounding round of applause to celebrate. One come from?
Vicente à moi! Y'a brown! Vamos, Maria! Yo!
We're joined today by the Amwafuman Hima, the queen of the area where this great battle was fought, Nanekia Efriye III. She joins us with good news. This reenactment that you've seen has been put together by way of a very well-curated exhibition depicting the war, and it's on display at the battleground at Amanfo. We ask that you all make your way there at your convenience together with your families as we relive this experience. A round of applause for them too. To launch this book is a man who is in the battle of his life as significant as the Sagrenti War. His is to bequeath for this generation and generations yet unborn an education and an educational system that is functional and fit for purpose. Asante, we know he will win. I give to you the MP for Busumchi, a proud native of Jache, and Ghana's Minister for Education, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum.
To have been asked to launch this book. Your Royal Majesty, the last time I had a one-on-one meeting with you, I went home and told my mom that I met the king of Ashanti. Then she started jubilating. Yay, me back, Esia. So if my mom was alive today, I think if she was to see me on TV, she would say, hey, and then the Otunfo book now. She would have said, today my son is launching a book written by Otunfo Osajimai Prempeh II. A very great day. For me, the MC mentioned I'm fighting another Sagrenti War to bring about education transformation of our nation. Maybe not exactly Sagrenti War, but what we seek to do is to ensure that we transformed the education system of this nation, to ensure we transform the socio-economic institutions of our nation. This is a very fat book, even for education minister to read. So I went through some pages, and very exciting. In fact, once you start reading, you can't stop. It's filling in the gaps for us, even for those of us who have studied history. All the things that you thought you knew, you're going to find the gaps filled for you. The book is a concise autobiography of the author, Otunfo Sir Osajimai Prempeh II, the 14th Asante History, overseeing an illustrious research committee of 9, which included the likes of Berima Kojo Owusu-Ansah, C.E. Osei, J.W.K. Apia, I.K. Ajimai, Ohineba Boache Dankwa, Achempemhene, Edward Owen, George Asafu Ejei, and Chairman Bafo Akoto. The work started in 1939. Unless Ata Yachematin, another local intellectual, was later added to the research team to prepare the script between 1944 and 1946. It will take a little more than half a century. The hard work and dedication of notable historians like Professor Adubuahin, Professor Emmanuel Champon, and Professor Makiski, coupled with the ardent support of Otunfo Opoku II and Otunfo Osei II, to discover and compile the original writings and typescripts for finally producing the history of Ashanti. Otunfo Osajimai Prempeh II gives an account of the events preceding his birth, when a leopard appeared in Kumasi 3 days before he was born. This earned him the name Kwame Tutu. His other names were Osei Kwame, Osei Tutu, Owusu, as he was known after his baptism into the Wesleyan Methodist Church in 1911. He was called Edward Prempeh Owusu. This publication of the history of Ashanti transcends this famous Ashanti saying, "The truth is now known to us all." As the first most educated Asantehene, he placed much emphasis on education as the bedrock to national development and advancement. As a young adolescent, Osei Kwame came to realize that literacy and numeracy furnished by the Western education were indispensable keys to survival and future prosperity. This was before the Sustainable Development Goals Declaration by the United Nations. He was a founding member of the ACUS, the Asante Kotoko Union Society, whose objects were about moral, civic, and economic improvement within an Asante nationalist framework. Otumfuo gives an account of Asante origins and connections with biblical 12 tribes of Jacob and their subsequent migration through the Middle East to the present habitation in Asante Mine. Readers are also given extensive details of the reigns of the previous 13 Asante kings, from Otumfuo Setutu I to Otumfuo Sajima Prempeh I, and he concludes with a brief note of his reign and the restoration of the Asante Confederacy on 31st January 1935, when he proclaimed to Asanteman that unity is strength. There have been many writings about Ashanti history, but the history of Ashanti by Otumfuo Osei Agyeman Prempeh II is the most comprehensive and definitive history of the Ashanti kings, the people of Asanteman, and their dealings with their neighbors in pre-colonial Gold Coast and European colonialists. Students of literature, history, and the arts will find in the history of Ashanti a wealth of material to enrich their knowledge. It will also stimulate research to enrich this volume. It is a must-read for all and sundry, and should find its way into every house, library, educational institutions, and bookstores. Otumfuo Osei Agyeman Prempeh II considered this publication his greatest wish, and is now displayed before us. To get hold, all of us should endeavor to get hold of a copy of this book. See, as I was reading and going through pages, by a sheer act of serendipity, I opened page 181. And here it was, story. And the story reads, talks about Edua Wabeng. He was a member of the Asenia family, and he went to report to Akuse Yanom, Amekomhene, that he was of the same family as he was, and that he had removed himself from his original town to settle at Odahun. Akuse Yanom accepted him warmly as a relative and lived happily with him. Eduyabua Krentwi used to visit Odahun and then return happily to Amekom. He was a medical man and possessed many efficacious medicines. He was referred to as Edua Wabeng, who lived at Odahun. This was the reason that there's now a town called Eduabeng. My grandparents are from Eduabeng, and from there, they moved to Jati. So today, as I was reading the book, I come to know more about why the town is called Eduabeng. The pages of this we may also read something about your family, about your inheritance, about hope, about aspirations, about loyalty and commitment to a cause bigger than yourself, about patriotism, individuals who are willing to even pay the ultimate price so that their kingdom will survive. This is a book which is a must read. It teaches us many lessons as to how you even die for your kingdom, as to how you dedicate yourself to making your kingdom better than you came to find it. There are men and women who have done so many things. I saw stories of commitment, stories of promises made and promises kept, to the extent that a woman who asked that when she passes on, her name should be remembered after she had given up her son. The Otumfuo then made a commitment to her, and consequently, Otumfuo and the subsequent Otumfuos named their children after this woman. Promises made, promises kept. Here is the story of a kingdom that has stood the test of time, a kingdom that has contributed so much to humanity, a kingdom that we have to learn from in order to create a better world, a better nation. Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for allowing me to do this launching. And it is my prayer that all of us will pick copies of this book. It's also my prayer that other authors of children's books will begin to take this book and write children's versions of it, so that our children will begin to know more about this great kingdom. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Yao Osei-Duchum, respectfully, I'll have to invite you back to do a remedial. This is where you officially declare this historic book duly launched. Please, a round of applause for him.
Otumfuo, your Royal Majesty, the King, with your permission, I declare the book, History of Ashanti, by Otumfuo Nana Osei Ajiman Prempeh II, duly launched.
And so the Honorable Minister will present the first copy to His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, Asante Hene. A round of applause. Wow. Thank you for launching this great book for us. Time is fast spent, and so we shall move straight into the auction. It is my pleasure to invite, to assist me, my very own sister from Oirepa TV. Make welcome Ekia Esiedua. What we want to do for the next 15 minutes is a very simple exercise. We have a total of 150 books. 30 have been signed, personally signed by His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II. We want those 30 to be out of here in 5 minutes. We want somebody who is touched to make us an offer. We have a few offers, but allow me to just share with you, and if you're moved to do beyond that, Otumfuo will be pleased. We acknowledge with gratitude the contribution of Dr. Nana KJC, who has given 100,000 Ghana cedis toward the symposium and the book. A round of applause for him. But if you think that is too big, then wait till you hear from Simane Construction Limited, who say, touched by this great work, they are giving 150,000 Ghana cedis. And so it's official, we have 23 left for grabs, personally signed by His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. If you are one of the 5 people who want to get this at a very good offer, I will give you a certificate. I will give you 4 tickets per person to attend Otumfuo's birthday dinner. It's a good deal. Yourself and 4 additional people. Who is making me an offer? We have 100, we have 150. Anybody making an offer? Today we want to discourage pledges. No pledges. We insist on checks and cash and transfers. And so we have account details to spell out also. Madam. You can go, madam. And so, in the footsteps of his grandfather, the MP for Menchia South, Ghana's Minister for Energy, is doubling all of this, 200,000 Ghana cedis. A copy of the book for him, a certificate, and 4 tickets.
Otumfuo Osei Tutu a wotosumi no krobia yi fi Asante Kotoko hene wa mahene ya kono dodo ohene misrew ni die kasa awie yi nananom oman asoafo mrahye bedwafo aban akra chimpanyimfo ema ne mema amowa ha ene menuanom nyina yahia ene meji di se ene eyabakosam ema yenso ewo ye brei so na ensem ni nyina nananom adikan akadada me beji sika wo mo honti me beka ye kasa no na matimi agye madan ka ne yie yehia se asanteman yehia se asantefo na ye kasa no ya nkomu a na koye se bibi ya ka akiri kakra menua bema Jerry aye adwuma ne bebre no na me dia aka me de beka ho no eye adeton no minister adabuku na di ama de di nkan ne yato ya kirekirim na nhyehyɛ ye wo ho kakra ne wo ho no ne se near ya to copies ni bi 150,000 ne de ekono eno ne wo ho me nso me dia me de ba no me de ba aboofo se de nananom e wa ha ene mpanyin nyina nso obi a betimi atobie wo to ma wo ho wo to akoto ahemfie wo to ma wo ma nananom ene da achi woni ho kra ye ma nwoma ne so a na e ka bakosem e de akire enti no yanyi enhwe ekan ene enye yenko ayede na ye hwe ye adwene ahwe kan se de abakosem enyira na empani sesebe owufo ne takrema mpra ne friti asefo no ekon esi mfie wo ha ne aduonum 150 years enso ene ye ka ho asem ni nyina ya abakosem ni bia de ye krukyeregu wo no momempa bi nkofie wai na yesre nananom ene obi a wo ha yesre wunyanye wo de a beje wo copy na yenko yenim ye be ya de aba abehia botobia na enso emma de eye de wo twama na balo emma wa hwe yeso na wo mese de nano me de nano me pese me ko hobi ntene me bo me homode nti wo nso awo ha no e wo se wo bo homode na wo de boa santeman ene sante kotoko hene na silver jubilee a ye bedie no nti mesre enyom ketefo ana adoa kete mesemo mo fa bibi emaye na yenhwe ekwan a yebetumi ede afa so ye wo nwoma no be ye duasa wa ha a ye beton ansa na ye fi ha.
And so we have 2 more contributions coming through from Dr. Ernest Oforisapong of Specialized he gives 100,000 Ghana cedis. And you know that he's not alone, because his brother Osei Kwame Despite also joins with 100,000 Ghana cedis. A round of applause. We want to come down to the level of everybody, and so we ask that 50,000 and above. 50,000 and above. Your bank for life, GCB, 70 years of unparalleled banking solutions to Ghana, 50,000 Ghana cedis. A round of applause. And they will have a certificate, they will have tickets to attend Otufo's birthday dinner. Unij Fashion, 100,000 cedis, and Isaac Books, 150,000 Ghana cedis. A round of applause for them too. Yes, sir. 1990. Your Royal Majesty Otumfuo, your loyal subjects, 1990. 1990 are giving 100,000 Ghana cedis. A round of applause for them. Newmont Africa, 50,000 Ghana cedis. A round of applause for them. Cow Bank, 50,000 Ghana cedis. A round of applause. But you know, actually, they should make their own announcement. Then go and do it. So sometime I feel say, but who want to give?
Yeah, corporate organizations Samoa, individuals Samoa, Krankre, any Numekuo Mutimeba, na Mamu Betumu Dienidi, na Enuechino, Mokana, the autographing a Kamano, Yayibi Ediamamo, na Chesamodia Koto, Aye, Abakosem, Ediama in Chima, Ye Kaunsu Timidun Sesu, Koko, no what can be. Now, Ukobi Nawa, Yebidia, and your natural Senokran, one Kwanke, ye. Enti Mumra, Yachamo, Mumra. What the bar say a year transfer na be a budget, a cash, a budget, a check and swap, and also your budget. Your term when you ask,
Nana paying for my brothers and sisters, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We want to make this very simple. If you have an offer, please proceed. We'll allow you to make the offer known to the king in your own words. And then you proceed, you take the book, and take a bow in front of the king. Is that agreeable? Okay. So Fidelity Bank is joining us with 50,000 Ghana cedis. Nana Bantama Hene, Nana Makwitia joins us with 50,000 Ghana cedis. A round of applause. The regional minister, the Honorable Simon Osei Mensah, joins us also with 50,000 Ghana cedis. MP for Tanon North and Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, the Honorable Dr. Frida Prempe, 50,000 Ghana cedis. Dr. Fred Shea Asamoah, the CEO of Codvet and the parliamentary candidate for Ofinso, joins us with 50,000 Ghana cedis.
Fidelity Bank Ghana, 50,000 cedis.
By the kind permission of His Lordship, the Chair, we come down to 20,000 cedis and above. 20,000 cedis and above. 20,000 cedis and above. Education is okay. He did not only launch the book, he came with a very handsome offer of 100,000 Ghana cedis. Ghana's Minister for Education, the Honorable Dr. Yao Osei Educhum. Please, a round of applause. Thomas Boesi Sapong, Executive Head at Cal Bank, 20,000 Ghana cedis. We say thank you. The Glyco Group. The Glyco Group and the Champonche family join us with 20,000 Ghana cedis. A round of applause for them too. Nana Mansung Kwantahene joins us with 50,000 Ghana cedis. A round of applause. The Mayor of Kumasi, the Honorable Sampine, 20,000 Ghana cedis. Isaac. Zungu. 50,000. Okay.
So you can say architectural and engineering services. Architectural and engineering services.
Mr. Isaac Komi, the Deputy CEO of the Architectural and Engineering Services Limited, joins us on behalf of his organization with 20,000 Ghana cedis. We thank you ever so much. It gets better because Otumfuos and Koswahine joins us with $4,000 US. What's the same? The Zongo Nkoswahine joins us with 50,000 Ghana cedis. A round of applause. Ambassador Edward Boating joins us with 20,000 Ghana cedis. And our very own voice of God in the city of Kumasi, Pastor Ransford Obeng of CCC, 20,000 Ghana cedis. In the spirit of inclusion, we come down to 10,000 cedis and above. 10,000 cedis and above. Senior. More research. Core Research and Manufacturing Company Limited, Kumasi branch, 10,000 Ghana cedis.
When it's finished, let me know. Because then people who give 20 and above, we can get books for them for him to sign.
Nice one. Nana Domi Abrahene joins us with 30,000 Ghana cedis. Mpacho yembo semane.
Dr. Kweku Oten, Angel Group, 100,000 cedis. Dr. Kweku Oten, Angel Group, 100,000 cedis.
Are you ready for me? Yes.
So you take the Sonia Hotel. Yes, okay. How much?
Thank you.
No problem at all. Senior. This is Nana Domia. Joins us with 10,000 Ghana cedis. And so does Sonia Roteman, also join us with 10,000 Ghana cedis.
Nana Jamana Kenten, our Tosumi, no offense to my hene, 30,000 cedis. Nana Jamana Kenten, or Tosumi, no offense to my hene, 30,000 cedis.
ANC, Dr. Andia Samoa, 50,000 Ghana cedis. A round of applause.
Mr. Munini die kasakakra. Me pamocho obia owaha wetua no. Ye pamocho ya na wakopon ne ho e wo mensa benkum so. Na ya twero udin na yetimi agye telephone number na che yetimi follow up na ya hwehwe wo. Me pamocho said wo certificate no wonsa betimi aka. Ene ne o ma ye wo ho e wo se ye de ma wo no na wonsa atumi aka nti me pamocho ya mo hye ne nso. Obi a wo ha bia wetua sika a ye ntwero udin no mesra wo kopon ne ho mensa benkum so ntenten so ho. Ukwa ye betwero udin na certificate nso ye de amount Die kita mi free akentan apia menka University Professor FK Safo ehɔ na ɔwɔ Professor Safo so ɔbaya ne die wom 10,000 cedis. Akentan apia menka University Amstead Professor Safo 10,000 cedis.
From the Ghana Communication Technology University, the Vice Chancellor, who is the Fiapre Hene, Professor Emmanuel Ohene Afuakwa, 10,000 Ghana cedis. A round of applause for them. From the SRC Secretariat of the KNUST, 10,000 Ghana cedis. A round of applause for them too. School for Nayadie.
Mepamocho mijina hama Nana Boachi and Sandebra asokore mampon hene Nana Boachi and Sandebra 10,000 cedis. Nana Boachi and Sandebra asokore mampon hene 10,000 cedis.
The leadership of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology is committing 50,000 Ghana cedis for 5 books to be put in their libraries. A round of applause for the KNUST.
Ye pamocho enkaibo we ekoma ye nyina moma ye ntie na ye nhya ne nso nananom mo adaroma ahokeka amode aso sa adwuma yi mo no abro ye so nananom se ye nka nkyere mo se usika ne wa ha na upese utua ye begye na ya tworo udin na to ho na nyame ya dom na se ye free ha ekono de ubeto ni dwa so no every 1,000 ekosi 5,000 every 1,000 ekosi 5,000 eno de ekotoko hene on autography ma 3,000 ekosi 5,000 no eno de obeto book sa na wa wakosan udin wom na de ato library. I know the Asante Hene and sign the signature wom emo date ma on the one abe sign wa there na the ato library na emo utua every 5,000 e kone dia kotoko hene signature beba wo library ho eno nti mo nhya ne nso sa emaye damase.
And it's all because of leadership. Leadership that inspires and galvanizes a nation into action and endeavor. We salute you, Your Royal Majesty Otumfuo Oseitutu II, Asante Hene. In a short while, we shall bring this exercise to a close. We shall hear from our chairperson, and then we'll be out of here.
Hene Nana Boachi and Sandebra ne de 10,000 no what the 10,000 account. I'm an 20,000. Pamucho Momon Samanana. Momon Samanana. Or the kind of 10,000 by what the 10,000 account. I'm an 20,000. Edamase. Ventures, 10,000. Okay. K&2 Love Ventures. K&2 Love Ventures. What's me can alias Foka? Mo amunim no mube hono. One also deal with 10,000. 10,000 in our day boy. K&2 Love Ventures alias Foka. Madam say. Don't pass any or comfort Kwabnabonsu 5,000.
Professor Gabriel Jumo, Vice Chancellor, once technical investment.
Penny, 10,000 Ghana cedis. Nana, Yadawa Sipa. Bring this to a close. I ask that we wrap up. The second, Dadia Suoma Hine, Dadia Suaba Hine joins us with 10,000 Ghana cedis. Nana, that's it.
Nana Kwamo Hine, Nana Owusunyeni, Nana Owusunyeni, 5,000 cedis. Nana Kwamo Hine, Nana Owusunyeni, 5,000 cedis. Nana no me yadamase pa. Me pamocho, me kai mo say obi a wotua usika book no, onsanka wo de no. Sika wetua no ene be kire se otumfo Asante Hene ebe autography ama wana ye yeni nyina wi a ya gye mu details ni ntia be wi mu kira kwan na ye de obi a de abrɛ ne pepepe ti me se wetua sika no na se book no onsan kan ya na wanya ye ho abotre ye de bebro ye da mase.
To this end, I ask that we all put our hands together for the contributors. And I ask also that we all take our seats. Mipacho obian tnasi. All our members at the table, I ask that we all take your seats. At the end of this event, we have more books coming through. The table will still be open for more orders. Mipacho yingina yentnasi. Mipacho obian tnasi. We are just about wrapping up. Please be seated. Mipacho obian tnasi. Yedamwase. Mepacho bien nasi table 4. Mepacho, let's cease all activity at the table, please. I ask that we all take our seats. The table will be reopened at the end of the event, please. Mepacho, let's all be seated. Okay, I ask that we all be seated. Mepacho obian tnasi. Mepacho obian tnasi. Niefa ejumanu be wiye. Ye wiye so a. Ye be bie table ne bio. Cashiers at the table, please cease operation, please. Let's honor our king, please. Mepacho activity bia ewo table nunja isisia ya pancho. Mepacho bien tnase yada mwase. Mepacho bien tnase, obian tnase. Obian tnase yewia yebebubo contributions no but sisia di obian tnase. It's time to hear from our chairperson for the occasion. However, allow me to acknowledge the contributions of Adansehene Nana Bonsra Efriye II for his generous contribution of 10,000 Ghana cedis. In the same vein, the Sumoja Hene Odenehu Ochere Kusi Ntrakwa also joins us with 20,000 Ghana cedis. Joseph Construction have been generous today, and they've given 50,000 Ghana cedis. A round of applause for them all.
Nana Ahinkro Oseipoku, Asante Ahinkro Hene, Nana Ahinkro Oseipoku, 10,000 cedis. Saranso ena yenyankra ede free Nana Tepaman Hene nso ho, ono so ede 10,000 cedis, ena ede ebua Nana edu atwene wampem Tepaman Hene 10,000 cedis. Edabase. Nana Denta say ma 5,000 cedis. Nana Hemaya dear, Mumaya Nana say a point and some man. Nana Amo any or him or hima 5,000 cedis. Nana Amo any hima 5,000 cedis. Nana Amwafo hima. Nana Amwafo. Nana Bekwaya Mwafo hine. Enene hima 5,000 cedis. Nana Bekwaya Mwafo hine. Enene hima 5,000 cedis. Nana Bekwaya hine 5,000 cedis. Nana Bekwaya hine 5,000 cedis. Nana Edjoso hima ene Edjoso hine 5,000 cedis. Nana Edjoso hima ene Edjoso hine 5,000 cedis. Yeda nana nom ase papa ape. Damase papa. Nana denya se hima. Nana denya se hima enso 5,000 cedis. Yeda nana nom hima ene ahene nyina ase.
Achamfo, Asafo, Boache, Ajiman Bonsu, 20,000 Ghana cedis. Asafo Hene Yedawase. Sasuna Mahama Ba, and Yakufwado Ba, Yena Yankwabna Nyame, aka Apia Stadium. Why is 10,000 Ghana cedis? Why are you Yo, hey. Apia. Yo. Shortly we hear from our chairperson. We patrol hanye di Apia Stadium. Why you be here? Yedasi. Pacho obi antinase pacho me pacho eni die moa yesre ma yedada We shall now hear from the chairperson for this auspicious occasion. I ask that we receive with joy His Lordship Justice Kwesi Enin Yeboah.
His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Asante Hene, the Chairman of the Planning Committee, Nana Otiosri Board II, distinguished guests, please, for the fact that we are far behind time, may I respectfully plead that I stand on the existing protocol. My duty at this time is to make some remarks about what the contributors offered us in course of the symposium. Starting with Professor Makaski, I must confess that this is the first time I have met somebody outside the jurisdiction who appeared to have unearthed everything about the Ashanti history. Prof, we are very, very indebted for your invaluable contribution. Yes. In fact, you went to town. You got to tell us how the war started, how it ended, and the aftermath of the war. And the fact that they came purposely, some came, especially Sir Garnet Wolseley, he came just to enhance his ambition to become the commander of the British Army or whatever. And under the guise of spoils of war, everything that they found was looted. And you even suggested that the Ashantis should take the immediate steps to seek for the return of some of these gold ornaments which are still in the British museums as exhibits taken from the shores of Ghana. Then we came to Professor Edu Jemfi. He limited himself to the Kumasi as it then was at the time of the war. And that, according to him, it was an egalitarian sort of society. And after the deportation of Prempeh I, the Ashantis had to come to terms with the situation. And that there is a clear misconception on the part of the authors of the Ashanti history in Europe, who thought that the Ashanti Empire spread through conquest. And you made it clear that they adopted a constitution to make the Ashanti nation a confederacy of some sort. And I think all of us drew lessons from it, because personally I was under the misconception that indeed it was through conquest that the empire spread. Now we have to acknowledge your contribution to this area of the history, which has never come to the fore. And you also talk of diplomacy, which promoted the growth of the Ashantis in the 19th century. Then came the Sagrenti War, and according to you, it was just an expeditionary force because they did not come to stay in Kumasi or any part of the Ashanti region. And after the war, they just entered into the treaty and then left till they came back in 1896 to take Otunfo, Prempeh I away to Seychelles. Yes. We are also acknowledging what the third speaker, Professor Ntewusu, also discussed. He came to let us know about the role the missionaries played in the conquest of Ashanti, and that the missionaries were, as he said, some of them were indeed spies for the British Empire, and that when they captured some of them and brought them to Kumasi in captivity, yes, they were there for some time, and there were negotiations for them to be released to also get the Ashanti captives in the coast also released to the Ashantis. And he did mention the name of Ramsey, which name still resonates in the ears of every Ashanti, especially those in the Presbyterian mission. Yes. Then he also came to the fact that after that, the war against the Ashantis became easier because the missionaries themselves were aligned to the British forces to get access to the information with which they can come to have an easy task of destroying the Ashanti Empire. We are also heavily indebted to the last speaker, Eugenia Anderson. She dwelt on the specific roles of women in the Ashanti Kingdom, and she went forward to mention the three famous names, and I will come down to it. He started to trace the succession in the Ashanti Kingdom through females, and that he said that even in wartime they also have specific roles to play, but they have not been acknowledged by the writers. And she is a historian, and I think she has done an in-depth research and has come to recognize that some of them stayed behind Some of them were also at the forefront, carrying munitions and the rest to provide support services for the military. And he also did say something about the fact that those women, when at that time were in their menstrual periods, they were seen as a taboo, especially in performance of certain traditional duties, and that those who had passed who had their menopause were playing active roles and could perform several services which the others had been denied. Indeed, he mentioned the name of Yaicha as the greatest, one of the greatest queen mothers of the Ashanti Kingdom, and then Asante War and Efua Kubi as a renowned queen mothers of the Ashanti. And indeed, she quoted what Asante War said, that men are not pillows for anybody to lean against. And that it was Asante War whose allegiance to the Golden Stool marshaled all the forces, and for the first time in the history of Ashanti, the expedition to go and fight the British was led by her. And with that, we've come to the end of it. I think we've learned so much from all the various speakers, and some of us are better off. Indeed, we've been scratching history till today, that we've been taught how everything started and ended, and that all of them concluded that after the war, Ashantis came back to get united, and now we are seeing that the time has come for us to have this 150th anniversary as a remembrance day to commemorate whatever went wrong in the history of Ashantis. With that, I take this opportunity to thank the various speakers for what you've done, and on behalf of myself, the O2 the planning committee, yes, we are very, very grateful to you. We are heavily indebted for your contribution to the Ashanti history, and posterity will certainly reward you. Thank you very much for it.
His Lordship Justice Kwesi Eninyebuah, immediate past Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Please help me thank him. We thank you, Your Lordship, the Chair, for chairing this auspicious occasion for us. In bringing this celebration to a close, it will be remiss of me not to acknowledge the untiring efforts of a woman, two women as a matter of fact. The first happens to be the first university graduate from her village, Asante Domiabra. It has pleased God that today her efforts as the publisher of this book gets the attention of His Majesty the King. Make welcome Madam Akos Ofori Mensah, the CEO of Sub-Saharan Publishers. Mommy, I invite you to take a bow before the King. Please, a round of applause. She's accompanied by Osei Mensah Michael, the elected president of the Ghanaian community in France, and together with the head of their family, they make a contribution of 5,000 cedis in spite of being the publishers. Please, a round of applause. Yadamwase, Yadamwase, Yadamwase. And all this history has been passed down because our mothers kept the oral tradition. I'm delighted to present to you, Your Majesty, a woman who placed second in the regional contest on Asante history in the high schools back in 2003. Today, she serves as the coordinator for the NALEP, but from Tafupan Krono with pride. Make welcome Dr. Sewa Donko Louisa. A round of applause for her. Doc, where are you? She's hidden somewhere. Okay. And so shortly we shall bring this celebration to a close. To say thank you is a man who is grateful for the gift of today, because in his lifetime he has seen honor bestowed to his beloved father. Make welcome a son of the Asante Hene, Otumfuos Akonfre Hene, Nana Akwesi Abeye.
Your Majesty, Eja Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, Asante Hene, in whom I'm well pleased. Dasibre Otuosribo II, Nana Dwabeng Hene, and Chairman of the Planning Committee. My Lord Chief Justice, I continue to call you Chief Justice because once the Chief Justice, you're always the Chief Justice. My Lord Chief Justice, Enin Yeboah, Vice Chancellor, Regional Minister, Professor Tom McCaskey, Professor Champon, and the rest of the panel. Nananum, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me as a son of Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II to be given the honor to give the vote of thanks for such an auspicious occasion. But fortunately for me, the Lord Chief Justice has done my work for me by literally summing up what each one of the panelists said. So I sat down quietly and said, what then should I do? And I said, throughout the whole of this morning, not many people will go away knowing who my father Otumfuo Osei-Tutu was. So the question is, who was Otumfuo Osei-Tutu? Who was he? He was the 14th Asante Hene. He was born in 1892, 4 years before his uncle, Nana Ajiman Prempeh I, was exiled to the Seychelles Island. Therefore, he could not have known or seen much of his uncle before he was exiled. But amazingly, the numbers 39 and 78 form a greater part of his life. At the age of 39, he became Asante Hene in 1931. 39 years later, he died as Asante Hene at the age of 78. Now, we are told in this book that the book started in 1939 and got completed around about 1946, which means today we are in 2024, from 1946, exactly 78 years. So 39 years before he became king, 39 years on the stool, he died. It's taking 78 years for a book that he published, that he wrote or supervised to be published. Those of us who were privileged to be his children, and he had 21 of us, 11 male and 10 female. By the time of his death, each one of us was alive. Each one of his 21 children was alive by the time he died. Now, as I speak to you, we have become an endangered species with only 4 male and three females surviving. His predecessors, as history has told us, went to war. Asante being in the center of this land, some of his predecessors fought to the north, like Oseko Jukwe, they fought to the north, and some fought to the south, among whom was Osebusu, 1800 to 1824, and then the 8th Asante Hine, Seyakuto, who then also went to war in the coast. So you had Asante becoming a northern power, a middle power, and a coastal power. But then by the time that he became Asante Hine, his uncle had been exiled. And as Professor Bakaski has told us, his uncle knew that Asante had been so decimated that he could not continue to fight. And therefore he sacrificed himself and allowed himself to be captured by the British and exiled to Sicily. So by the time my father came on the scene, he followed his uncle's footsteps and said, no, I will not go to war, but I will turn the swords of my ancestors into pens and stethoscopes. How did he do that? He presided over the establishment of so many of the schools that were established here in Ghana. Primary schools, primary boys schools, primary girls schools. And then also, this very university here. Okay, thank you very much. You will appreciate. You will appreciate. But let me finish with this. Let me finish with this. In honor of my father, I have 6 children and 16 grandchildren. I'm paying 100,000 to make sure that each of my child and grandchild has a copy of this book. Thank you very much.
Please, a resounding round of applause for a celebration of a legacy well handed down. Nana Kwesi Abeye is the son of the author of this book. Please, a round of applause. Thank you very much. We're gradually coming to the end of this event. We would like to acknowledge many contributions that are coming through. Please, don't be in a hurry. A lot more books have come through. At the end, we invite you to the table to make your offers. We would like to acknowledge this one, particularly because of their name. Honorable Asante from Sikawo Bush. Hey, 10,000 Ghana cedis. Please, a round of applause for Sikawo Bush. As we bring this event to a close, my Lord the Chair, Your Royal Majesty, Nananum, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in every kingdom there are men and women who act as ambassadors, opening the frontiers of the kingdom for all to come through. Otumfuo Osei did the same as he invited Komfo Anokye. Today it has fallen to me, a man from Volta, by the generosity of my brother, a beloved son of Otumfuo, a seasoned engineer fellow of the Ghana Institution of Engineers, chairman of the board of governors of the Millennium Excellence Foundation, and always serving as Santiman, a member of the Silver Jubilee Committee, Nana Atta Poku. Please help me appreciate him for giving me this opportunity to be part of this great kingdom. Your Royal Majesty, ever since your beloved son introduced me to you personally, you have taken a liking to me, encouraging me. But if I may make a matter of personal privilege, maybe it's unknown to you, but my wife happens to be the grandniece of your loyal subject, the late Enumunyanfio Apiamenka, in whose maternal grandmother's farm the golden stool was hidden. And that makes me Asante. And so 150 years on, here we are, a proud nation. We have recovered, we have bounced back, we have shown resilience. Today, what we've built is testament of the human spirit of Asante man, one of respect, one of community, one of progress and prosperity. Let us leave this place emboldened and encouraged by the example of our forebears, knowing very well that we are a proud and resilient people based on our values and our principles. And no matter the odds, we rise to receive the blessings of God Almighty, after which we shall take some momentous photographs. Let's receive the chaplain of the KNUST, the Reverend Dr. Achampong, for the closing.
Please let us pray. Our Lord and our Master, you are the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. We started this program in your name, and by your grace, you have been with us, you've guided us, you've enabled us, especially all those who had to facilitate this program in one way or the other, making it so refreshing, enlightening us and refreshing our memories and helping us to come to terms and appreciate the rich history that our forebears have bequeathed to us. We pray that you help us all as individuals and even as a kingdom to learn from all the virtues that our forefathers, foreparents left for us. We thank you for the silver jubilee of Otumfuo's accession to the throne, and we thank you for all the activities and programs that have been lined up. We pray that your spirit will continue to lead and guide us, so that throughout the year we'll have a successful and blissful celebration to the glory of your name. As we depart from here, may you lead, guide, and protect us. Take us safely to our various destinations, and we'll continue to praise and bless your name. This and many more blessings we ask through Christ Jesus our Lord. Amen. Thank you.
Please be seated briefly. Please be seated briefly. Humbly, I invite His Royal Majesty, in the company of His Lordship the Chair, together with the Mampohene and the Chair of the Council of We shall take a few photographs and then we'll be out of here. Professor McCaskey, please join us. No. The second party will consist of the panelists and the moderator. I ask that you climb up. Moderator and panelists, please come through. Thank you, panelists and moderators. Ministers of State, please join us. Ministers of State. Ministers of State, please join us. Ministers of State. Members of the Planning Committee, please get ready. The last photograph will be with all Nana Ahimamu, Ipacho, all our Queen Mothers, at the request of His Majesty the King. Members of the Planning Committee, please come through. We're trying to do oh, Master, wait, listen, we can't exclusive shots. Yeah, so you come. Professor Anderson, together with all the Queen Mothers. All our Queen Mothers together with Professor Anderson, please. Professor Eugenia Anderson and all the Queen Mothers, please. We have refreshments at the back of the auditorium for all our invited guests. We encourage you to please make your way to the back. Senior, I swear. Cast and crew. One last photograph with the cast and crew of the reenacted Sagrenti War, 1874. Your Royal Majesty, your children, the cast and crew of the reenacted war would like to have a photo with you. The last photo.
Cinco con cinco, 5 con 5. Oh, by the phone